You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, April 19th, 2022 at around 11 p.m. If the chat could let me know if the audio and video is okay. I see we've got our normal detectives all suited up in the chat. Drunk Tiger, Jonathan Warner, Anna Maria. All right, assuming that the audio and video is okay, let's talk about what we're doing today. We are going to play a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective inspired game called Martian Investigations. Martian Investigations is a print and play game. 2 cases were released by Robin David, who's a board game designer. This was released in 2016, submitted to some interactive fiction or narrative fiction contests, and has received very little attention since it was published. You can purchase it. You purchase a PDF from Robin David's website. There's a link in the description of this video to get it. If you want to play along with us today, you should go and download it, purchase it, and download it. We're going to play case 1 today, which I've printed out and bound in this little loose leaf folder. There's our map for case 1, and I've organized the introduction and the different sections of the ship to make it a little easier, although I should really write on those what the letters are. Okay, so we need to say something about how we're going to approach this game. I should, before I even say that, I should say that Robin David has gone on to publish some retail released board games since this came out. One is getting quite good reception. That's Letter letterpress, I believe it is. I believe it's a drafting word game, a little bit like paperback, but quite well regarded. I haven't tried it out yet, but I do like those games, so I might. All right, so I want to talk about, before we get into the chat and catch up, a little bit about how we should approach this game. First of all, we don't know how long this is going to take. It feels like we might be able to do it in one session, but I don't know. It could take us 2 sessions. And these games are notoriously hard to play test and write. And you can imagine, take all of the difficulties for a normal Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective style game, and now have it designed by someone who doesn't have the resources for wide play testing, and for whatever reason, not many people have played it. So we're going to keep our expectations very low. We're going to be very gentle in our criticisms of this, and we're going to play it as much to play it and enjoy it. We're going to play it as much to just look at it, look at someone's work. A lot of work was obviously put into this. They've set it in a science fiction world. I'm not sure I can remember any other Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective style game set in the future science fiction. So we're going to be very gentle in our criticisms of this. And I think we should basically approach it as if it's a work in progress, even though it's from 2016. And we'll offer our thoughts on what works and what doesn't, and try to learn from it from a game design perspective. What else do we need to say? I guess that's basically it. Anything to catch up on in the chat? There's a new thread. If you haven't been to the guild page on Board Game Geek, the guild section for this YouTube channel, you might stop by. We've got a thread where we're planning what games to play next, and a new thread for movie and book recommendations, which we tend to do a lot here in this channel, and Jonathan has been filling it out, and others as well. So lots of good movie recommendations there. I see Robert has joined us. Anything else to catch up on in the chat? Jonathan Klabund is here and says he picked up The Mysterious Package Company, a trilogy of Postmortem LA. I guess that's the other thing to say. We've played through, the last games we played were the Postmortem LA series. We played 3 of them that took us about 15 hours each. So about 45 hours worth of play. And I just posted my spoiler-free review of the trilogy, which you can watch. It's about an hour long, and I talk about the games. I tried not to be too gushing, even though I really do feel like I want to gush about those games. But if you haven't watched that, that might be a good video to check out. Robert is saying he just noticed during the opening credits that there are 2 of those little circles, the little burn marks in the corner that projectionists used to use to switch reels. Yes, I did add those in for fun. Anything else to catch up on the chat? Jonathan Warner made a bunch of sci-fi recommendations for movies on the thread, and of course Blade Runner is the classic noir science fiction movie. There's also a Discord channel, a Discord server for this channel if people want to talk more frequently or just back and forth. I'm on Discord 24 hours a day when I'm sitting at the computer anyway, so it's no big deal. There's not much chat in there, but I'm not trying to push it. But if you want to come by and say hello and talk board games or movies, you are welcome to. Anything else to catch up on before we get started? I feel like there might be more of a delay for whatever reason in the YouTube stream than normal, so that might I should remind myself that I'm going to try to do less less questions about what lead to go to next. I'm basically going to try to lean a little bit more towards playing it and you guys can give asynchronous suggestions about what to do and what you think is going on, and feel free to talk amongst yourselves. We recently joined, Rebecca, Chad, and myself recently signed up for the AMC A-list. I'm not, this is not a paid advertisement. AMC A-list is a movie plan. The big theater that we go to is an AMC movie theater. And they have this thing called A-list, which you pay like $20 a month and you can see 3 movies a week without paying additionally for that. So we're planning on seeing a lot of movies in the coming months. I'm not sure we'll keep it. I'm not sure it pays for itself. Depends how many movies you want to sit through. Anything else before we get started here? Let's actually, while we take a look at this map here, and take me off of picture in picture. Let me go get my marker and mark up with these. Okay, as I was saying, let me mark what these page headers are. So this game, the areas instead of neighborhoods are divided by letters. So there's neighborhood A, and there's neighborhood B, C, D, E, F, and G. Those are our neighborhoods. That'll make it a little easier to follow. As always with these games, this will be full of spoilers. Do not watch this video if you think you might play these games on your own. Later, you can come back and watch this afterwards. Let's take a look at this map before we read it, maybe. So this is the bank settlement on Mars. Greenhouses, ore processing area. So it looks like north neighborhood is E. Then we've got the Mo hole to the Burroughs Space Elevator. Transit Hub, Botany Labs, Security. Then we've got neighborhood A, B, C. I guess C is all down, south. Then D, Central Plaza, F. Then we've got a couple pedestrian tunnels or vehicular roadways out of here. All right, shall we read the introduction? Martian Investigations Case Book 1, Death on the Red Planet. Let's see. This was all printed out on my new color laser printer, which I really love. I love the color laser. The inkjet is too much trouble. It's better for photographs, but it's too much trouble to print large amounts of text. Okay, let's read Robin David's introduction here. Contents of the document are 2015, Robin David O'Keefe. Is his real last name O'Keefe, not David? Okay. They're not to be redistributed without permission. Readers are welcome to use the map of bank settlement in order to write their own stories, but you can't redistribute the map without permission. Images of Mars are from NASA and Creative Commons. The Exolium font is public domain. Okay, then he's got a link to his website. couple playtesters. This game's inspired by similar investigative games such as Arkham Investigator. That's the game that became Mythos Tales. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and Gumshoe. Looks like we've got another Gumshoe player here. All right, here we go. Your name is Haley Bendis, a detective employed by Habitat Corporation, which operates mining operations throughout the asteroid belt and controls a series of small mining settlements on Mars. You formerly worked as a detective on a huge mining ship known as Habitat 2. But following the ship's destruction, Habitat Corporation has been moving you between its various operations. Now, a series of suspicious deaths on one of the Mars mining settlements, known as the Banks Settlement, has prompted Habitat Corporation to send you to investigate. If these are found to be murders, they will be the first such deaths in the entire history of the Mars colonization program. You will need to discover the identities of the perpetrators and bring them to swift justice. All right, so we're a detective working for a corporation. This is sort of like a Blade Runner deal. Martian colonists are typically isolationists, so do not expect a warm welcome or cooperative witnesses. Many will consider you to be a snoop for Habitat Corporation and the sign of an unwanted corporate presence. Banks does have its own security force provided by the security contractor Norman Security. Norman Security's main concerns are for the security of the mining operations rather than the civilian lives in the settlement itself. This feels very realistic. Corporations are running the show in the future. Okay, here are the rules, which are standard Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective rules. Read through the opening scene, the two following case files, and the news feed. The newspaper is, you'll see, it's not a formatted newspaper, but there's a news feed that serves the same role. You can then consult the colony map and directory. There's a directory as well, which are contained in separate files. You may go wherever you wish in the colony. Consult the directory to find location coordinates and proceed to read the entries for these coordinates in the casebook. There's no limit to how many places you may choose to visit. No time limit here. For example, you want to go to B1, so okay, let's just read this. For example, after reading the opening scene and case file, you may decide that you wish to visit the hotel. Referring to the directory, you can see there's only one hotel. The directory provides you with the location B1. Look in the locations, find the entry B1, you read it. Okay, so here, this is important. When you think you've solved the case, proceed to the resolution section on page 29. You will be asked to answer several questions, and then we'll be able to read the solution. It is important that you do not visit the resolution section until you wish to end the game. There's no going back once you have read the questions. That's important depending on how you want to play Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detectives and similar games. Sometimes you want to look at the questions to see what you're up against, and then you go back. For example, if a question's about a side story you decided not to pursue, maybe you'll go back once you read that. We can play that by ear. If you wish to compare how you did to other players, keep track of the locations you visited. Visits that are unproductive and disruptive may remove points from your score. You will be awarded points for correctly answering the resolution questions. There may be other events that also modify your score. So there's some sort of scoring system here. If you want to play with more than one player, pick one person to be the lead investigator. Okay, so now it's got his opening scene. Now I want to see, where did I put the directory here? So let's actually write that down. That's our directory. Okay, here we go. We're jumping right into this game with a very limited pre-game discussion. Opening scene, 8th February, 2307 AD, 9:34 AM, Bank Settlement, Mars. Okay, so 2307 AD. Right before we started, so I told you there's a discussion thread about movie recommendations, and I was just posting the trailer for Blade Runner, and I noticed I had forgotten what the far future Blade Runner year was set in. It was set in 2019, I believe. So 2307, you could imagine that this video still exists 300 years in the future. And people watch this and say, let's see if they got it. Let's see if they got it right. Of course, we didn't write this, but let's see if Robin got it right, what 2300 looks like. And someone mentioned Terraforming Mars, which is a great board game, by the way, if you haven't played it. All right, here we go. 2300, 300 years from now. You ride a small bus transport along the north edge of the Banks mole hole. I should know what a mole hole is, but I don't. Is it a mining hole where they mine? What does M-O-H-O-L-E mean, a mole hole? Okay, we ride a small bus transport along the north edge of the Banks mole hole. Remember, here's the mole hole right here. So we're riding it right above on the north end of the mole hole. Looking down into the enormous borehole that drops several kilometers into the crust of Mars. That's what it sounds like. They dug into it to mine it. The other passengers, 4 people in mining uniforms, appear disinterested in the chasm. Whilst the bus winds around the circumference of the mole hole, you look to the right to the large artificial dome that covers the bulk of the Banks settlement. Eventually, the bus pulls into the Banks settlement transit depot. Like most of the buildings here, it's constructed of a gray Martian stone, giving it a mean industrial look. After collecting your bags, you stroll through an underground tunnel into the transit hub, which resides within the settlement's domed environment. You walk into the station's arrivals lounge, and a tall man approaches you with a stern expression. He's dressed in civilian clothes. As he introduces himself, he frowns. My name is Will N.G., Acting Chief of Security on Banks. I don't care why you're here, and I don't care how big a hotshot you were on Habitat 2. Here in Banks, you're not needed, and I'm only here to give you the official hello before I unofficially say, fuck you. I really don't have time to babysit you. We were only informed of your arrival an hour ago, like HabCorp wanted to catch us with our pants down. Anyway, you have a room in this only hotel here, and I'd like to see you back on the outgoing transport tomorrow. All your presence is going to do is cause tension, so hurry up and get your business finished. You inform him that you're here about a series of murders and won't leave until you get to the bottom of the situation. And I'm saying this is a Banks issue, not something Habitat Corp needs to worry about. I have enough on my plate to deal with. A lot of people here are very upset and touchy right now. One death was a local businesswoman and another was the vice president of Norman Security. It'll all blow over, but I don't want the likes of you rocking the boat. Add to that these pissy scientists forever seeking access to the mole hole, making threats and demands. This is a tough place to work security. I would have thought you'd want to know who killed one of your own number. We can close this case ourselves, Miss Bendis. Like I said, you're just in the way. Am I correct in saying you have almost no official surveillance systems in this settlement? Look, we're hardly breaking even right here. Everything is bare bones. The only surveillance systems are private ones and the occasional one in a high-priority installation. We have them in the ore processors and the greenhouses, by the power lines, and in the mole hole, of course. We follow the orders from Habitat Corp, and they want secure mining, so security here is not concerned with the affairs of people within the settlement, as long as it doesn't affect progress on the mole hole. That's our main metric of success. Without the minerals and geothermic heat that the mole hole produces, this settlement wouldn't exist at all. I may want access to the mole hole should the cases have ties to the operations there. Not gonna happen. You can't go near the mole hole or the refinery. Submit a request to Norman Security and we'll get back to you with your official refusal of access in 3 to 6 months. Don't go anywhere near a building in the east section of the settlement, with the exception of the greenhouses, which I assume you'll want to see. He sighs and looks at the time on his datapad. Look, you were given the case briefing, right? There's not much to it. Well, I'll have to do for now. And if you don't mind, Miss Bendis, he pretends to tip a hat with mock politeness. I'm going home. This is meant to be my day off. You step outside the transit hub and gaze around the interior of the bank's settlement. Above you see the huge clear roof encapsulating the entire town, protecting it from Mars's deadly environment. The buildings across the street are a rough Martian-made concrete. Directly across from you, a main thoroughfare leads to a patch of parkland where you can see a large crowd gathered. Your datapad is not able to connect to any functioning network, nor is it able to get a satellite lock. The settlement is clearly built for profit and exists only with the bare necessities. Luckily, your datapad has a cache of the day's newsfeed, your case files, and a directory of residents and businesses. Okay, so that's our little intro. Now we've got our case files that we're reading on our datapad here. Case files submitted by Norman Security Admin 5221. Case 1, death and a probable murder. 23/1/2307, so January 23rd. We told the date here, 8th of February. Okay, so a little 2 weeks ago, Mel Chang Wilkes, female, 182 centimeters, medium build, owner of Wilkes Supply in the bank's settlement. Body found by brother Eli Chang Wilkes in service area beneath Wilkes Supply. Multiple stab wounds. Coroner reports wounds were probably caused by a ceramic blade, 90 millimeters in length. Body taken to the bank's infirmary. No further details. Okay, and then 4 days ago, a little 10 days after the first murder, is a death of suspicious circumstances. Morgan Tana, male, 186 centimeters, medium build, vice president of Norman Security. Body found by greenhouse workers in northern greenhouse wing. Greenhouse environment vented. Death by vacuum exposure. Body taken to the bank's infirmary. No further details. Attached video. The video depicts Morgan Tana walking through the greenhouses during the time slip between 4th of February and 5th of February. He's walking alone, peering around various planters, looking for something. After a few moments, rapid decompression tears through the greenhouse, sending loose objects flying and causing Morgan to fall to his knees. Debris momentarily obscures the camera. Morgan flails around for a moment, grabs at the counter, fumbles for his belt, then loses consciousness. 23 seconds have passed. An additional 5 minutes of footage shows no change in the scene. So we're told there's never been a murder on a Mars colony before, so the fact that there's 2 probable within a week makes us convinced that they're related. This guy was looking for something and someone vented the greenhouse into space and he was killed by vacuum exposure. The other guy was stabbed. Let's read the newspaper. Here's our space newspaper. We've got 2 pages of it. Bank settlement newsfeed for 8th of February. So on the day we arrived. So first we've got a weekly molehole production report. Figures represent percent weekly change in the overall amount of digging, ore removal, and ore processing. Figures do not account for value of minerals recovered. So we're not told anything about these different locations in the molehole except their change in production. So Reynolds dropped down by 8%. And there's a little asterisk that says work was halted for 1 day to recover artifacts. Interesting. Artifacts. Here's an article on the deaths. Investigation continues into the death of Morgan Tana, vice president of Norman Security. Mr. Tana was found in the settlement's greenhouses after an instance of rapid decompression. Security forces are treating the incident as suspicious. In an official statement, Security Chief Will N.G., I don't know how you pronounce that name, insisted that the situation is being investigated thoroughly. The president for Norman Security is based in Burroughs Settlement and has declined to comment on the situation until investigations have concluded. Will NG is now the acting lead for Norman Security in Bank Settlement. So Norman Security is the company that's been outsourced to provide security, and we've got three people mentioned. We've got the vice president, who was killed. That's Morgan Tanna. And then the security chief, Will NG, who we just met. And then we're told that the president is based in Burroughs Settlement. I guess that's a different Mars settlement, and hasn't commented. The news, of course, follows hot on the heels of the suspicious death of Bank's resident and business owner Mel Chang Wilkes, who was found dead in the B section tunnels. Okay, more reports here. The Tell Engineering fire. A small fire broke out last night in the Tell Engineering lab in Banks. The cause of the fire and the full extent of the damage has yet to be determined. Reports came in around 3 a.m. of flames visible in the fourth floor windows in Tell Engineering. As expected, fire retardation systems extinguished the fire before it could spread. Tell Engineering could face a fine of up to 250,000 Mars credits. Expect more details over the course of today. Burroughs space elevator back to full speed. After several days of reduced service due to essential maintenance work, the Burroughs space elevator has returned to its normal pace and frequency of departures and arrivals from the Verhoeven Space Station. Expect heavy traffic for the first few days of service as the industrial backlog is high. Preparation underway for Le Guin Arts Conference. The first inter-settlement arts event on Mars, the Le Guin Arts Conference, to be held next month, promises to be a big one. Visitors to Le Guin in the meantime should expect to encounter delays as construction continues on the various stages and installation spaces needed. Okay. Readers should also be aware that there's an open call for performers and artists for the upcoming event. Registration closes on the 11th of February. Le Guin. Is Le Guin a... Okay, Le Guin is a molehole location. Is it a location on our map? Or another settlement? I might print out another copy of the map at some point if we want to move it around. Okay, so if we want to go for an art conference, that might be fun. We could. We can't go to the art conference because it's not till next week, but we could go talk to the people organizing. Okay, here's some more announcements. Compulsory corporate picnic on the Greenbelt East today for all employees at Banks Education and Leisure. The funeral for Faux Range will be held tomorrow in West Park at 2 p.m. All are welcome to attend. Mr. Range was a Mars original and responsible for the founding of many of Mars's moleholes and settlements. He died peacefully in his apartment last week. He will be missed. He died peacefully in his apartment last week. Probably of natural death, but could be he was killed and made to look natural. I'm not sure. Letters. Here we got some letters. Even in the future, they still have personal letters and stuff. Letters to the editor. It's madness that the paleontologists, archaeologists, and Martian technologists have still not been granted access to the latest batch of molehole artifacts. I know there are many more around the planet, and these artifacts are unlikely to be of interest. But it wouldn't hurt the miners to just cart a load out and let the archaeologists collect them. We are, after all, founded on the principle of scientific exploration. Stomang Paleontology Center. So someone's writing about wanting more access to the artifacts. I'm kind of curious what these artifacts are. Does this mean there was life on Mars? Is that what they're talking about before us? Here's another letter. I worry just how much is being discovered in the Banks molehole, but not being disclosed to the public or the various science centers. Instead, Habitat Corp is just chewing through the artifacts with their drills to get to the minerals and geothermic vents. For all we know, they have found perfect fossils of our Martian forebears. That's interesting. So more complaints about the artifacts being ignored. The large amount of litter in Central Plaza is getting crazy. People should not just be using the area as a garbage can. Can I entreat the local government to take better care of the plaza and for local citizens to take their garbage home with them? Nick Hearn says that. Remember, we could look up these people in the directory and try to visit them. Here's some advertisements on Mars. Elevate Computer Security is your #1 stop for computer security solutions. Visit us today to see how we can improve your home and business security. Located south of Greenbelt E. Datapad on the fritz. Get yourself down to mid-tech personal communications for datapads and comms. Didn't we say, was our datapad on the fritz? No, our datapad wasn't on the fritz, but we were having trouble getting access to a satellite. Maybe they can fix that. Tray Augmentation is offering a sale this week on night vision lenses and neon tats. Our installations are hygienic and minimally invasive. Once you try augmented lenses, you'll never go back to regular eyes. Private glider lessons for good price. I have over a decade of recreational glider experience and full certification. Fujiriko at MTI Mars EDU for details. Exposure suit cleaning services. Quick service, low price. Other laundry too, of course. Call in at Red's Laundry B section across from the bank's monument. Tonight is 2-for-1 night at the Wrecking Bar. We have new stock from Moorcock Breweries and it's going to get crazy. Find us east of the Green Belt. Okay, local bar. Gravbell League needs players and teams. A group of us are interested in starting a league next month to find the best gravball players in Banks. Contact Gravball at banksrec.mars. So they all have Mars domain name. Okay, so that's it. That's our introduction and newspaper. Lots of places mentioned, and a little tricky it's going to be because it seemed like a good deal of places mentioned were just like, we're here in the east quadrant, you know, near the park, and without, like, a lot of the times when we play these Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective games, it'll have an address of something like, we're at the park 25 Northwest. So your eye can quickly scan that and say, oh, there's a place I might want to visit. Here, the locations may be a little more camouflaged in text, and we'll have to be alert to finding them. The only thing that might make our life a little bit easier in that regard is I could just write on this, since this is just printed out by me and I can always print out new copy. We might just go through here and annotate this as we read it, so we can circle names and stuff of places we want to come back to. I think that's probably what we'll do. All right, so I think we've read the introduction. There hasn't been any spoilers. We haven't gone anywhere yet. I think the thing to do now is take our first break. We'll just take a 5-minute break. We'll come back and we'll start playing. If there's anything that anyone picked up on, you can post it in the chat. I'll see you in 5 minutes and we'll start going to leads and investigating these two murders. Okay, we're back and ready to start playing. I think maybe what we should do is start by going through here and underlining anything that looks like a location we might want to go that might be subtly in this text here. So we arrive, we come around the mole hole, we meet Will and G, acting chief security. Okay. He says finish up in a day and get out. He says you have a room in the only hotel. So as the instructions told us, we might want to check out that hotel. Okay. The game told us here that our name was Haley Bendis, a detective. Okay. He says Norman Security is going to take care of this themselves. They don't need us snooping around. He tells us they care mostly about the company stuff. He says you can't go near the mole hole or the refinery. Sorry, can't go near the mole hole or the refinery. Okay, let's see. There's a patch of parkland where you can see a large crowd gathered. That sounds like we might want to stop there and see what that's all about. It says your data pad is not able to connect to any functioning network. I wonder if that means we should go to that news advertisement to get our data pad fixed. Okay, let's see. We've got Mel Chang Wilkes killed, female, and discovered by the brother, Eli Chang Wilkes. Okay, ceramic beneath Wilkes Supply. Okay, that might be a place we can go to. There's a coroner. I don't know if we can go to that coroner. There's no allies in this game as far as we know. Then we've got Morgan Tanna, who is the vice president of Norman Security. In the greenhouse. Northern greenhouse wing, for what it's worth. Body taken to the bank's infirmary. That might be someplace else we can go. And we've got video of him getting killed by loss of air. Okay. Different locations in the mole hole. Okay. President for Norman Security. We're not told the name of that person, but is based in Burroughs Settlement. That's going to be another settlement probably we don't have access to. Okay, it says she was found in the B section tunnels. Body found in service area beneath Wilkes Supply, which we're now told here is in the B section tunnels. Okay, there's a fire in the Tell Engineering Labs. Burroughs Space Elevator might be a place we can visit. Intersettlement Arts Event, Le Guin's Art Conference. We're not told where it is. Okay, Corporate Picnic on Greenbelt East. And then we've got Funeral for Faux Range in West Park at 2 p.m. We might want to stop by that. Okay, then there's a guy complaining about the artifacts, people not having access. We've got his name, Stom Ang at the Paleontology Center. And another person complaining about the artifacts, Eli Fox, don't know where they are. Litter in Central Plaza. I want to go there. We've got that person's name. Okay, then we've got Elevate Computer Security, south of Greenbelt E. Mid-Tech Personal Communications for data pads. If you want to get night vision lenses, we can go to Tray Augmentation. Glider Lessons. We might be able to look up that person in our directory. Exposure Suit Cleaning Services. Red's Laundry, B section. Across from the bank's monument. We might want to check out that monument. Wrecking Bar. East of the Green Belt. Okay. Let's catch up with the chat. John says, looks like each settlement has a mole hole. I see. Burrow and Le Guin listed on mole hole in the mole chart. So I see. These are different mole holes. So this is our mole hole here. The bank's mole hole is our mole hole. Each settlement has their own mole hole. That's what Jonathan is saying. That makes sense. So actually, it's our settlement that the mole hole production has gone up the most. So they're ramping up production in bank's mole hole. Interesting. That sounds like it could be relevant to us. And Jonathan also points out the settlements are named after fantasy authors. Yes, let's take a look at that. Isaac Asimov, Atwood, is that Margaret Atwood? Michael Moorcock. I don't know most of these authors, but I recognize the names. Okay. Does anyone else know the rest of these authors? Want to tell us in the chat, like a brief one-liner for each of these, or the ones that you recognize? All right, so it would be nice if we had this map to write on. I guess I can just write on it right here. All right. Well, we can go anywhere now. Oh, let's look at the directory. Let's familiarize ourselves with the directory here. So here's the directory. We've got alphabetical white pages. There's 2 pages of people here. And then we've got organizations and businesses. Let's take a look here. It's just this one page, so it's very manageable. There's hotels, B section tunnel maintenance, mining operations, parks, production, there's greenhouses, etc. Recreation, there's a cinema, diner, pub, some churches, some research labs, retail services, Habitat Mart, clothing, banking, Red's Laundry Services. There's the security services, Elevate Computer Systems, Norman Security, and then some transport operations. There's something interesting about this game in that, like, it's all science fiction-y new, so like I'm sort of curious to go to these places just to see what they're like. I wonder if we might want to just mark our people that we've heard about. So Chang Wilkes, that's the person found dead and the brother that found them. And then there was Morgan Tana. That's the security officer who was killed. What about our other people that were mentioned? So Will NG, let's mark him out. There's Will NG, the current vice president of security, or acting chief of security now. All right, what else? Any other people? We've got these people from the Paleontology Center, Stom Ang, who wrote that letter to the paper. And then Eli Fox, again, complaining about the artifacts. We might want to visit him. Funeral for Fo Rang. I don't know why we would visit that person and not just go to the park, but we could mark them. And then Fujikiro, do you think he's... No, there's no entry for him. Okay. So those are the people. I haven't marked the locations. Someone complaining about litter. I guess we don't need to visit him. Okay. Jonathan's giving some thoughts here. And so is Anna Maria. Anna Maria says, you could check out the crime scenes, talk to the brother, look at the bodies. I think that makes sense. And for roleplay, we could check in at the hotel. Looks like Banks is E&M. Banks famous for Culture series. Hotel, maybe someone left us a note. The artifacts could be interesting. Yeah, I definitely want us to check out the artifacts. All right, let's do it like real detectives. Let's check into our hotel, and then we'll go check out the crime scenes. I think that makes sense. All right. You have a room in the only hotel here. Okay, so, but if we look up hotels in the directory, there's actually two entries. The Bates and Mills Hostel and the Clarendon. I guess we're going to go to the Clarendon. B1. Here we go. Our first taste for what it's like to go to a clue in the game. And do I have to come up with some way to hide this stuff? Okay. Here we go. B1. Your room in the Clarendon Hotel is much nicer than most hotel rooms you saw in Habitat 2 and feels distinctly out of place in the otherwise Spartan Banks settlement. You take a seat on the large bed and flick on the vid screen. A message comes up saying that live broadcasts cannot be received in Banks settlement. They only have older broadcasts available and television shows from earlier in the year. Okay, you don't have live TV. You have pre-recorded stuff. Okay, so we went to B1. All right. So let's go to the crime scenes. Let's go to them in order here. What's our first crime scene? Mel Chang Wilkes, found in the service area beneath Wilkes Supply, and we're told later here it's in the B section tunnels. So let's look up Wilkes Supply in our directory here. We've got a Wilkes in our white pages. Here's Wilkes Supply. Wilkes Supply is in B8. So let's take a look at this map and let's find out where our hotel is. Let's look at our map for a second here. So our hotel was in B1. Right here. So we went to that hotel there. And now we said Wilkes Supply is in B8. So we're going to go there now. And then maybe we can visit the... I don't know if there's a separate way to visit the tunnels, but let's go to B8 and see what that says. I have to cover this stuff up. All right, so we got a big entry here for B8. Makes sense. Crime scene. It's got stuff to read. Eli Chang Wilkes greets you on the shop floor of Wilkes Supply. I heard a detective just arrived in town. I had my fingers crossed that you were here to look into what happened to Mel. Security here couldn't give a damn about her, despite being the only murder in Mars history. As you express your sympathies, You look around the store, filled floor to ceiling with all the generic essentials for life out in the settlements, from bathrobes to wrenches to datapad parts. I know what you're thinking, he says, but all this is an essential service to banks. I hate it myself. This was my sister's business. I've never had much to do with it, just working here the odd day to help her out. Eventually, Eli leads you down into the basement to see the B section's old tunnel system and the cleaned up crime scene. At the back of the storeroom, you approach a security door and Eli enters a passcode into a keypad and scans his ID card. The door slides open, giving access to the long, empty tunnels. The tunnels span across much of the west of the town and give access to the older subterranean city. There's nothing really to talk about. Sometimes people use these tunnels as shortcuts, but it's always a little creepy to be going around them. We'd sometimes play here as kids to freak ourselves out. Anyway, they only extend through the old parts of the settlement, the north and west parts. Mel Chang Wilkes was murdered directly on the other side of the tunnel access door, but there isn't much to see, only that it took place in a tunnel which goes off in both directions, with security doors leading into the other neighboring buildings. You ask Eli what he saw on the morning of the murder. So this person was killed in this tunnels, right? On the other side of this door that he just had to use the code to let us in. So you ask him what he saw in the morning of the murder. I arrived at work at 7 a.m., saw a security alert saying the access door was open, and found her here. She'd been stabbed and there were bloody footprints heading south. His eyes water. Heading south. So footprints heading south. Okay. Her body was cold, so I called security from the hard line upstairs. They noted the scene, took a few pictures, and left it at that. Then her body was taken to the infirmary by medical staff and tunnel maintenance. Cleaned up the scene that same day, just like nothing had ever happened. You ask why anyone would want to have her killed, and he shrugs. I didn't really know much about her personal life. She ran the business side of things. Now that I'm getting to grips with things here, there does seem to be money missing from the accounts. But I don't know why. The business should have been making much more profit than the books say. Do you know where I could find the record of who else accessed the tunnels here? Well, anybody who owns Old Town property can get into the tunnels. But if you're not a property owner and you wanted to visit, you'd need to speak to the tunnel maintenance office. They're often in here because the foundations can be affected by the mining in the area. Okay, so if you own an... let's make sure I guess we're done here. So they're in the Old Town. They're under the Old Town, the tunnels. I guess that's... I don't know which neighborhoods they are, but north and south, they said. So if you own a business, you can get into the tunnels. Otherwise, you have to go to talk to the business office to get access. So we might want to check the tunnel maintenance office to see if anyone had access to the tunnels. And we're told that people were brought to the infirmary and the coroner. I want to see if we've got those locations here. Let's see. Healthcare. There's the infirmary. Tray augmentation is mentioned in there. So we could go to the infirmary and medical services. Is there a separate coroner's office? That might still be the infirmary. All right, let's go to our other crime scene. Or did he say the tunnel's only north and went? Oh, let's read the part where he said which way the footprints goes. At least he says the footprints were heading south. His eyes water. Her body was cold. Okay. he says she's murdered on the other side of the tunnel door. Oh, no, sorry. Backing up. The tunnels span across much of the west of the town and give access to the older subterranean city. There's nothing much to talk about. Span much of the west of the town. They only extend through the old parts of the settlement, the northwest parts. Okay, good. So, northwest parts. It sounds like they only go here, maybe in this area like this, or maybe only in B. They span much of the west of the town. So either they're talking about B neighborhood or B and A. It's hard exactly to say, but somewhere in this area. And he said the footprints were going south. So actually he's saying the footprints go this way. So maybe someone came from one of these other buildings here, B9, B10, B15, any of these, depending on how far the tunnels go. All right, so we might want to go to the infirmary and track down that lead. Jonathan says, could not have gone too far south in the tunnels because they don't extend that far south. Yes, it does limit what we might consider. It seems like it might be in this B area. So we might expect the killer to come from one of these areas here. Let's follow this lead for a little bit. I think last game we played, or one of the last ones, we sort of went wide breadth first search and it get a little bit confusing. I think maybe we should go down this lead a little bit. Let's go to the infirmary at D22 and see the body. All right, here's D22. The infirmary workers bring you directly to the morgue. Mel Chang Wilk's body has already been reprocessed into environmental elements. Composted the body. But you're able to look over her records. She was stabbed repeatedly, likely dying from a stab wound to the neck. She had cuts on her hands, indicating defensive wounds that she tried to defend herself from her attackers. No DNA evidence to talk of. Whoever killed her probably knew a lot about how to make it clean. The report also states the stab wounds were from a 90mm blade, likely made of ceramic. All right, so 90mm blade, ceramic, no DNA, stabbed repeatedly. Normally, when we see a repeated stab wounds, we think of someone killing someone for personal reasons, but out of anger, passion. Okay, and here's the body of Morgan Tana. Morgan Tana's in the deep freezer, and he's pulled out so you can look at his body. His skin is blackened from exposure to the extreme Martian environment. His body has lost a lot of its water content, making it look shriveled. His stomach has incurred massive bruising. The coroner explains that he would have lost consciousness within 10 seconds and would have experienced little pain. All right, if you say so. All right, let's see where that morgue was that we just visited. D22 is here. Okay. There's the morgue. I feel like it would be more useful for me to move this around. Okay. Let's do it that way. And I can just bring it out when we need it. All right. Well, how about we go to the other scene of the crime then? She was killed in the northern greenhouse wing. And we watched the video. Walking through the greenhouses. Rapid decompression. All right, let's look at where's the greenhouse. So there's the greenhouses. So let's just go to the greenhouses, E14. All right, here's greenhouses. You approach staff at the greenhouse entrance, and after they see your credentials, they agree to walk you through the building. Morgan Tana's body was found in the far greenhouse pod, your guide explains. That's good, really, because a shell rupture in an earlier pod could have caused damage to the other pods. As it stands, only one pod was damaged, and the plants in there had just been harvested, so there was no loss of food. He explained that this happened during the Martian time slip, that being the half hour after midnight when all Martian clocks stop, allowing Martian time to stay on par with Earth time. It's an odd moment where people are expected to rest, avoid work, meditate, and generally take time for themselves. I've never heard of this concept. Has anyone else heard this? The Martian time slip, half hour after midnight, when all Martian clocks stop. So we've got a time frame that this all happened. And okay. It's been fantastic for the state of mind of people on Mars, your guide explains. You ask how Morgan Tana was able to get into the greenhouse pods. Well, we have tons of security for this place because it's deemed essential to life. But as I understand it, Mr. Tana had full security clearance. He is, after all, the one who makes the final decisions on who else in banks can get any kind of clearance. If you want to come into the greenhouses, the oxygen scrapers, the mole hole, whatever, the requests go through his office. You look around the scene of the crime, but it is mostly cleaned up. The pod's environment was vented through the computer-controlled environment systems. You see a lot of plant beds lining the walls and on benches in the center of the room. Your guide explains that all the soil is now cold damaged. The microorganisms in the soil need to be reseeded before planting can happen again. Okay, and then it's continued. Aren't there oxygen masks installed in case this kind of thing happens, we say? He looks at you as if you're crazy. No way, what's the point? They'll provide oxygen to breathe, but exposing the rest of your body to a vacuum will kill you anyway. And experiencing a rapid decompression can feel like being in an explosion, causing all the gases in your body to suddenly expand. Didn't you have to learn any of this in Habitat 2? You ask who could have caused the environment vent. Did the computers show any unauthorized access? Once you get past security in the front, security in here is pretty thin. It's not like we've ever had any problems, any sabotage, anything like that. We are a science and mining colony after all. We don't really have any crime, and it's not like anybody can just get into the colony either. In theory, the environment computer is meant to log which user makes the changes. It logged Greta Platt's username as issuing the command to vent, but that's ridiculous. Why? Because she's one of Mars's originals, a frail old woman. It's madness. Well, did security show anybody else coming into the site that night? Got a nice little picture of Mars surface here. He says no, and certainly not Greta. Well, could the computer have been accessed remotely? It's possible. The environmental computers have to be on the network in case of emergencies, but there were no signs of digital infiltration that night, or ever, in fact. What kind of hardware would be needed to infiltrate the system? To get in, nothing too specific. It's the software you'd need to consider. You'd need something complex enough to forge the security signatures. On banks, you're likely to only find things like that in the tech labs or in the hands of Norman Security. He's saying who could do this? Tech labs or Norman Security. You could always check some of the consumer tech stores. That's like one of the ones that had the ads in the paper. As for covering your tracks, though, then you'd need some good interception hardware, which could mask your ID. Again, the tech stores can tell you about it. It's really pointing us to the tech stores. Who runs Greenhouse Security? Well, Norman does, of course. Like most pivotal services, we have a guy from there who oversees our security. It's the same guy who works at the Environmental Processing Building. He's called Umberto Jupiter. Okay, so we've heard about Greta Platt. It's her username that's logged in as issuing the command to vent. This guy says she's a frail old woman, one of Mars's originals. Couldn't be her, which leads us to suspect that someone is using her credentials. And then we're asking who could have forged her credentials and cleaned up after themselves. And he says, well, check the tech stores, or someone at Norman Security might have. And then he says, who runs Greenhouse Security? And that's Umberto Jupiter. So we have a couple new people. I think let's mark them. Greta Platt and Umberto Jupiter. Let's see. So there's Umberto Jupiter. And there's Greta Platt. And we might want to visit. All right. And this was Greenhouse that we just went to here. All right. Any preferences for where to go next? Let's catch up on the chat here. Missing money at the Wilkes shop. Double check. Was Platt the person who died and was mentioned in the paper? That's a great point. We're told one of Marge's... No, I don't think it was Platt. It was someone else, but let's see who it was. It wasn't Platt. It was someone else because we looked up their name. Faux Range will be... A funeral for Faux Range will be held tomorrow in West Park. This is news feed for February 8th. And it is February 8th. So the funeral's not taking place yet till tomorrow. But if that person might know, or one of Greta Platt, but Greta Platt is alive. We could go talk to Greta Platt. Let's go talk to Greta Platt just for fun. Let's see if one of the originals of Mars can give us some background information. So, Greta Platt, we're going to talk to the person, C31. We're going to talk to one of Mars's original whose credentials were used to access, to issue the command to vent and kill this guy. This guy was obviously tracking someone who I think issued ended up killing them. So C31, let's see what we've got here. All right, here's C31. The elderly Greta Platt lives with her daughter, who helps Greta with her physical needs. So we've got a daughter here, another character. Greta is sitting in the small lounge reading some horticulture articles. On her datapad, she smiles as you enter. Another officer trying to figure out why my credentials were used in the murder of that awful Mr. Tanner. She laughs a little and holds out her hands. You caught me. But really, I had my password written on a piece of notepaper and stuck in my long unused desk at the botany labs. I can only assume they got it from there. Miss Platt, you laugh. In the 2300s, people still have their passwords written on loose bits of paper? I'm a Mars original, honey. We don't put much stock in things like security. We got used to scientific openness in all aspects of our lives. Now it's really tragic what happened to Mr. Tanner, but two things to think about. Number one, he absolutely earned such an ending. He was awful to a lot of people, all in the name of security and the digging of that damned hole. And secondly, a lot of people wanted him gone. Few are mourning this, but don't let that make you suspicious of anybody. Can you explain what you mean about the awful things he's done? Honey, he works for the Corp, right? He'll do anything necessary to keep the Corp's profitable. And sometimes that means things like shutting down the heating for various segments of the colony. Really, he did that once. Evicting people who might be trouble, making it so the archaeologists can't access the mole hole. He made a lot of enemies. Have you ever heard anybody threaten to hurt Mr. Tana? Oh yeah, plenty of people have done just that. Among the scientists, the only one who got an easy time were those working on environmental science and the botanists, who provided us with the bulk of our food. He considered the other science teams to be wastes of time and space, and he didn't budge for them at all. He said he was only concerned for the Corp, and the Corp was only concerned for the mines. Simple as that. Okay, so she says, I didn't do it. Someone else did it, but I hate him anyway. But I put my password at the botany labs. Anyone could have gotten it. So, Jonathan, let's see what we got here. Worth noting, the killer seemed to have enough knowledge to make sure to do minimal damage to the greenhouses with murder. Yeah, or it did say minimal damage, but I couldn't tell if it was saying it was because of the area of the greenhouse they were in that there was minimal damage. John says it could have been an arranged meeting. Yeah, but not really, because the description of what was happening was that person was in there searching around when this happened. So I got the feeling that like they were chasing someone. He's walking alone, peering around various planters, looking for something, it says. So the person was looking for something, and then there was decompression. So, but it didn't sound like it was there for a meeting. But on the other hand, it's not like they're chasing for someone. He was in there looking for someone. So maybe someone was watching with a security camera and detected that they were there searching around, or otherwise knew that they would be there searching around. And John says, it's worth noting that the killer seemed to have enough knowledge to make sure to do minimal damage. I just want to, I couldn't tell from the description if that's what they were saying, or if they were saying it was just because of what area of the greenhouse that happened. Let's see. Okay, let's see. Morgantana's body is found in the far greenhouse pod. That's good, because a shell rupture in an earlier pod could have caused damage to other pods. As it stands, only one pod was damaged. So, Jonathan, I don't think it's that the person knew how to specifically cause minimal damage. It's just that the pods are like this. And if they had vented this one out, it would have damaged all the others. But the fact that they were in the far pod meant that when it vented, it only caused this one. But it is an interesting theory. Like if someone planned to murder this person, they planned to send them to the far pod so that they could vent that one with minimal damage. On the other hand, it's also maybe worth noting that Greta just told us that the botanists who presumably work in the greenhouse would be on good terms with this security person because as people providing food, they were treated well by the security. Jonathan says, I read it as saying he knew to kill him in the furthest greenhouse pod. Yes, that's possible. That's certainly possible. All right, let's see. What do we want to go to next? We've been to the crime scenes. We've been to the infirmary where the coroner and bodies were taken. We haven't been to the tech store. Maybe that would be a good lead to track down. If we're curious about the artifacts, we might visit this person just to hear more about artifacts. I guess let's follow up this lead. Check in with tunnel maintenance. Yeah, what's at least... So we were told that if someone wanted access to the tunnels that didn't have a shop nearby, they would have gone to tunnel maintenance. So let's at least locate that. So B section tunnel and foundation maintenance. Okay. Let's go there. That's in B4, which is right. So there's B section tunnel and maintenance. Okay, so let's go to B4 and ask if anyone has asked for access to the tunnels recently. All right, B4. Inside B section tunnel and foundation maintenance, things are very relaxed. One guy sits at a desk looking bored, playing a game on his datapad. You ask who would have access to the old tunnels beneath the B section. These tunnels are vestiges of the original settlement, which was half contained underground. They didn't have the large atmospheric domes built back then. If you have an original property which connects to the tunnel system here, then you will have access to credentials to the tunnel. Pretty much anybody who wants to take a look down there can get down. But there have been some problems in the tunnels, and Norman have been in the process of installing some security cameras this week. There was the murder, of course, but also before that, some scientists were threatening to damage some buildings, or to blast their way through to the mole hole. You know, because the sec teams won't let them near the mole hole. He tuts. And so there was actually a police presence down there too. I granted access to an officer earlier last week. She was helping with the camera hookups. I think her name was Belize Childs. So this security officer was granted access to the tunnels last week. Would that have been before our murder? We're there on the 8th, and the first murder took place on January 23rd. So that's a little more than a week ago, though. But it's a little ambiguous. They're saying there's a police presence because scientists trying to get through to the mole hole. Maybe these are scientists who care about the artifacts, who don't care about the law about getting access. All right, so we could talk to Belize Childs. It does sound like we might want to try to talk to some scientists who care about the artifacts who are trying to get down in there. Just going to underline scientists. All right, let's chase down this lead a little bit. Let's go visit Belize Childs. Let's find her. Belize Childs. And maybe, well, we haven't talked to, wait. We haven't talked to Wilkes's brother who found the body. Or did we? No, we met him when he at the shop, but not at his home. All right, let's go talk to Belize, and then maybe we should go visit the brother at his home, or is it just going to tell us where he lives? C41. This is the security officer working on the cameras in the tunnel last week. We don't know the exact date. Okay. Belize Childs answers the door, and after some small talk, you ask about his access to the tunnels below the B section. Yeah, that. Well, my access credentials have been copied onto Norman's security system, so all security officers potentially have access now. It happened automatically by way of a backup. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Well, I regret that attitude now. You ask if there's a way to find out if the security codes were used on the night of the murder, and Belize bristles, but leads you into his hobby room, which is full of tech. He's able to pull up the security system logs for you. Yeah, right here. He takes a moment to digest the information on the screen and covers his mouth with his hand. Oh, this is bad. The codes were used on the evening of the Chang Wilkes murder. I can't get you any details about their identities. We've only hooked up cameras since this happened. Okay, so he's saying the cameras got hooked up afterwards, but his codes were used on the evening of the murder to get access, or his codes were used on the evening of the murder. Belize looks around the room, obviously worried. Look, when all of this comes to light, don't tell anyone that I helped you. This could be bad for Norman and really bad for me. You promise you won't, but ask for possible motives for the murder. He shrugs. There's enough corruption in the department. It could be for any number of reasons. A lot of security guys will make extra money any way they can. One last thing. Where's the building that these access codes apply to? Well, that'd be Bank's Storage Services. I can give you the access codes for the building, but not for the tunnels below. You thank him and leave. So, I'm not 100% clear on what's going on here about how his codes were available to everyone. He says, my access credentials have been copied onto the Norman security systems. So all security officers potentially have access now. It happened automatically by way of backup. So anyway, his credentials got onto the Norman security system somehow. And now anyone could access it. And he checks the logs and says, actually, it was used on the evening of the murder. He doesn't know who used them because the cameras didn't get installed until after it, but someone did use it. And we say, well, who, why? And he says, a lot of people are on the take for corruption. And then we say, where is the building that these access codes apply to? Okay, so I think he's asking where someone had access to this area on the night of the murder, and he's telling us what building they came in through, Bank's Storage Services. So if we go to our directory and we look up Bank's Storage Services, see if we can find this. There's a greenhouse tunnel too. That's interesting. Okay, where is storage services? I feel like we might have read it somewhere in the newspaper. It would be in B section, right? Oh, there it is. Banks Storage Services, B13. Okay, so this comports with our footprints stuff. So I think he's saying like someone used his codes to get into B13, and from there they would have gotten into the tunnels and killed our woman. So let's go to Bank's storage services at B13. And did we circle this place we just went where this guy lives? That was B4. Yes, we did. Okay, so B13. Let's see if these people can tell us why this code was used from this building. Bank storage services appears to normally be used by the various maintenance departments in Bank's settlement. There are a lot of chemicals and cleaning supplies lining the various shelving units. You descend to the basement and investigate the tunnel access door. It's sealed shut, but there are some dusty footprints around it, no doubt tracked in from the tunnels. Some of the footprints lead to a large container of dissolvent with its lid slightly ajar. You look inside and spot the blade of a ceramic knife. We found the knife with the hilt dissolved away. Using a length of wire, you fish the blade out, run it under water tap, and examine it closer. It's made from a white ceramic and is around 90 millimeters in length. Okay, pretty cool. So the hilt was dissolved, almost like it had some identifying information on it. Tracked in from the tunnels. So this is how the person escaped out, it sounds like. Maybe got in and came out through the same way, but certainly killed her and then got out this way and used the codes of this guy. But no footprints going in, so maybe they entered in a different way. So why did they try to dissolve the hilt of the knife is a good question. So, like, the person killed her and then went and came up through the tunnels to the storage area, dropped the knife in and left. Something like that. Very interesting. Anna Maria wants to find out about the artifacts people. All right, let's go talk to artifacts. Let's see if we can fill in our understanding of artifacts. What did the person do that was killed? I need a reminder. Like, if we're thinking about motives, you're killing the security person because maybe they're onto you. But Mel Chang Wilkes is owner of Wilkes Supply. We visited them, and he said there's something funny about the money. They should have more profit, and they don't. Someone's siphoning money. So that might be just a criminal conspiracy. Okay. All right, let's take a little diversion and talk to the newspaper people and see if we can't find out about these artifacts. I think also we need to visit the Wilkes at their home. We can go to his house where he lived. Maybe there's some clues in his house, in his apartment, about that would lead us to understand why he was murdered. In fact, I think we should do that before we start asking about artifacts. So let's go to the Wilkes. So C16 and C19 are where the Chang Wilkes live. One is the person killed and one is the brother. Remind me again which one is killed. Not that we'll go to both places, but so Mel was killed. C19. Let's go there. Okay, so no, that's not C19. C10. C19 is here. Okay, so C19 and then C16 is where the brother lives. Let's see what we got. Let's see if we can see anything in this person's house. All right. Mel Chang Wilkes lives in a normal apartment for Mara's standards. Your credentials are able to grant you access through her security system. You look around and see she has had trouble maintaining the apartment. It's all a little run down. The furniture needs replacing. Her comm device has a crack across its screen, and so on. You find a handwritten note, which is unusual in this age. We have got to stand up to these thugs. They're bankrupting us all. I have Massey from Habitat Mart and Mick from Myrte Clothing willing to stand up with me. Are you on too? They can't harm us all. There's power in numbers. Come talk to me about it. Paul Bletchley Beauty. Okay, so it sounds like our business owners are being extorted. So we've got a bunch of people who know about this extortion of money, and this note is telling from Paul Bletchley to Mel Chang Wilkes saying we can stand up to them. That is a good motivation for murder if you're refusing to pay off the people extorting you. This could be Norman security people who are extorting them or some criminal organization. Well, let's try to talk to these people and see what they can tell us. But this is a real motive. I don't know if I need that. Okay, let's put entries here. Massey from Habitat Mart. So retail services, there's Habitat Mart. And then we've got Bletchley Beauty Supply and Myrte Clothing, which is there. Okay, so 3 people who are agreed to stand up to the extortionists. So let's check them out. Let's start with the guy who wrote this note, Paul Bletchley Beauty. Paul at Bletchley Beauty. Okay, so B7. So these are all businesses in the B wing. B7 is right next door. Okay. The manager of Bletchley Beauty Supplies tells you that he's paying protection money to some local Norman thugs, and it's driving him out of business. So it's some spin-offs from the security company are extorting the business owners. It's messed up. They're taking most of my profits. And it's just awful to hear about what happened to Mel Chang Wilkes and the guy who owns Myrte Clothing. That's those fucking thugs in action. He's red-faced with anger. So something else happened to the owner of Myrte Clothing. Wow, sounds like we should go to him next. So Norman security people are extorting the shop owners. All right. So Myrte Clothing is B9. Let's go there and see what they... Okay. The owner of Myrte Clothing is Mick Dube. You step over broken plexiglass and spot him sorting through trashed inventory. All right, so they smashed up his place. He looks at your badge and worry flashes over his face. You tell him that you're here independently to look into the recent murders and Banks' settlement, and his mannerisms shift to outrage, not at you, but at life in Banks. Norman thugs, he yells. 3 days ago, they trashed this place for revenge. I can't believe this is happening. And Mel recently, too. What has this place come to? Last week, I thought it was Morgan Tana who was orchestrating this stuff, but it looks like the guys are acting independently. One of them, at least, is a guy named Wayne Chan. Oh, they've just given us a suspect. The other is a woman. I don't know her name. They come into businesses demanding money, trashing things if they don't get what they want. This is killing my mother. She's so upset by the news. She's a Mars original and expected better than this for Banks. Her disappointment breaks my heart almost as bad as... he waves his arm around him, indicating the mess. It's almost as bad as all this. Mick stares out the window for a while in contemplation. His face crinkles in sadness. She helped found this planet. If it wasn't for her, none of us would be here now. But she has dementia, and the corps that run the place don't give a shit about her. Just my brother and I are left to look after her, and we're up to our necks in our jobs. We both just have to run over there any chance we get. He throws a stack of ruined clothing into a trash bag. That woman was such a powerhouse in her day. She had half the science team scared shitless of her. And she was a walking encyclopedia on Mars history. An amazing woman. Yeah, about this though, you say, gesturing to the shop. Why did Norman thugs target you? He sighs. We thought we could get away with not paying them. Power's in numbers, you know. Well, this is what you get. Okay. But they didn't kill him. Why would they kill our woman if they didn't kill him? All right, we learned his name, though, when he's telling us about his mother. Dubik is his name. He says his brother, and he takes care of his mother, who has dementia. So there's his house, and there's his mother, Lucy Dube, one of the Mars originals. One thing that I'm a little confused about is how this game has residential locations for these people. Like, we just met this guy in his work. Let's just see what happens if we go to C1. I want to see if there's an entry for her. No, okay, there's no entry at his house. But we could go visit the mother, the Mars original. Let's catch up with the chat here. Good catch coming to Vic's home. Norman security could be the culprit, yeah. No wonder Norman security didn't investigate and doesn't want to help us, yeah. Worth noting Norman was involved. Seems like a stretch, but could Norman have been killed because the thought about getting revenge, because he thought about getting... You mean, could Norman have been killed? You'd have to clarify. Could the VP have been killed? Yes. Could the Norman security officer killed be like one of the good guys who was trying to rout out the corruption? We should say that it's not like... We're not told that all of Norman security is involved in this extortion racket. It could just be a couple of bad, corrupt people in Norman security. So it very well could be that the VP of Norman was one of the good people and was trying to hunt down and catch the bad ones. All right, let's take our 8-minute break here, and then we'll get back to our investigation. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We are playing Mars Investigations Case 1, Death on the Rust Planet. And we're just talking in the chat about Jonathan saying that Mick was actually blaming Morgan. And I wanted to look that up again to see if let's see, it was at his, at the, was he at the clothing place or was he at the beauty supply? Some local Norman thugs driving him out of business. And then he was at Myrte Clothing, was the other guy. So he went there. Okay, so let's just check this out. We go to Mick Dub at Myrte Clothing. And we see that they've smashed up his business. Last week I thought it was Morgan Tana orchestrating this stuff. Okay, so that's what Jonathan was saying. That's important. So he says, last week I thought it was Morgan Tana, the VP of Norman, who was organizing all this. But it looks like the guys are acting independently. One of them, at least, is a guy named Wayne Chan. The other is a woman. I don't know her name. All right, let's make a note for ourselves here. Kind of important. So we've got Wayne Chan. This is from B9. Suspects. Wayne Chan, and then woman unknown. These are extortion suspects. So it's not exactly clear whether this is saying, it isn't Morgan Tana. He thought it was, but he's saying, now I don't think so. Now it's these two people. And it's killing my mother. All right, so we went to B9. All right, so we've got one more person who was involved in this stuff. E8 we went to. The other person that we're told is... Who is the third person? C19. Massey from Habitat Mart. Okay, so let's just visit this last person who was involved, who we're told was going to try to team up to refuse the extortion. That's D27. Okay, D27. You approach the customer service counter of Habitat Mart, where the young staff member looks particularly frazzled, talking to a sympathetic customer, a scientist from the neighboring Martian Technologies Institute. Oh man, everything's going wrong today. I have to do finance logging, but I don't have the passcodes. Well, what's your boss doing putting you on this job? I shouldn't even be here, but my boss was attacked last night, bruised up and bleeding. He had to take the day off and nobody else can cover. Oh God, this is giving me a headache. You take a look at the trading license hung up behind the counter. The manager of Habitat Mart is named Massey Lee. So, this guy got beat up last night, in fact. So it does look like the extortionists are beating up our business owners who are refusing to pay, and that might very well have led to the death of the one Wilkes. All right, well, Massey Lee is not coming into work because they're injured. So maybe we follow up and locate Massey Lee and try to talk to them at home. Massey Lee is here. So I'm going to knock on that person's door and see if they'll tell us who beat them up. Okay. C27. Massey Lee answers the door. He has a black eye and a long cut running down his cheek. He winces as he moves, no doubt suffering injuries elsewhere on his body. You ask him what happened to him, and he's reticent to answer. You inform him that you were sent here by Habitat Corp to clean up the problems on bank settlement, so if he helps you, you can protect him from any negative repercussions. He invites you into his home, which is far too sparse, clearly. The man does not have much money. He says, I was attacked last night by 2 security thugs. They've been pushing me and other business owners for protection money, but they take me for everything they can get. Look at this place. Myself and a bunch of other businesses owners and managers agreed to go into coalition together and refuse to pay the thugs anymore. We all said that should we be pressured, we would expose the thugs. Can't go wrong, right? Well, the thugs called our bluff, and now Mel Chang Wilkes is dead, and other businesses are getting trashed. Last night I stayed late at work for stock taking, leaving around 2:30 in the morning. I should have known better. When I stepped out, they grabbed me, pulled me to the exit, and threatened to push me through the airlock without an exposure suit. Only when I transferred the day's takings to them did they let me go with my life. Every night now, they terrorize another member of our pathetic little coalition. The real vicious fucker is the woman. I don't know her name. She was the one who gave me the cut on my cheek. The man, Wayne, is the one who does all the talking. They're both total pieces of shit. You've got to do something about them. Okay, well, this is rich in information for us in terms of understanding how our woman may have gotten killed. Because he's saying they're threatening to kill him unless he transfers money, and it's only when he transfers money right on the spot that they kill him, if they let him go. On the other hand, he says it's always these two, the man and the woman. The man does the talking and the woman is the vicious one. But we only saw one bloody set of footprints. I wonder if that suggests that it's not these two, this man and the woman. Very interesting. All right, we found the little coalition. We now have good motive for death, for killing our Mel Chang Wilkes, and we have a name. So in the chat, seems like even if it turned out Morgan was not involved, they might have thought it was when murdered. Yeah, I don't like it though. I hear what you're saying. Maybe the second murder was revenge by the originals. I think that makes sense, except if he's not involved. It seemed a little far-fetched that they would kill the person that they just suspected as being involved. Wouldn't it make much more sense that you'd kill the 2 people that are actually doing the extorting? This man and this woman? That seems more likely to me. I'm more happy with the idea that Morgantana was trying to uncover the corruption and that these two, this man and this woman, killed him to avoid detection. That seems a much more plausible murder, that the criminals are killing the guy who's about to uncover them rather than killing the people they're extorting from, or rather than the people being extorted killing someone for revenge. That's the wrong person. Okay, so if we go to our directory and we look at our suspect, Wayne Chan, it seems like he would be a very natural person for us to try to talk to. And I think that's what we should do. Let's go talk to our suspect, Wayne Chan, who's at C43. So there they are, right there in the corner of C Wing, C neighborhood. All right, here we go. We're about to talk to the guy who does all the talking for the extortionists and see if he's going to come clean. Off-duty security officer Wayne Chan answers the door wearing a silk dressing gown. Yeah, he's rich. Sipping coconut water and apparently hungover. You introduce yourself and explain you're looking into the deaths and bank settlement. He laughs in your face. For real? The corp sent you down? You're gonna have a tough time here. Nobody trusts the corp. You'll never find anything. You ask me, Mel probably slipped and cut herself. Nobody can hear you down in those tunnels, and your data pad can only get a signal half the time. File it under an accident and get on with your life. Okay, so basically, this is more realistic. Like, this person's like, I'm not talking to you. I got nothing useful to say to you. All right, so no mention of the woman that is working with them. All right, well, we've got a couple leads we can pursue. We can pursue the Mars old timers. We heard about this guy's mother. We can pursue the greenhouse tunnel and the botanists. Any preferences? We could go to Tana Morgan's house and see if he's got information. I think that lead was actually quite useful before the other murdered person's house. So I think it makes sense for us to go to Tana Morgan's house apartment and see if there's any information in that apartment. Morgan Tana lived alone on the top floor of an apartment complex just across from the Norman Security headquarters. His place is luxuriously outfitted. A security officer lets you in, showing complete disinterest in your investigation. Inside the apartment, decoration is sparse, though it is unclear if this is because of Tana's aesthetic sensibilities or if he just couldn't be bothered to decorate. There's a glass case on the shelf in the living room containing an original Martian artifact. The scientists in the colony would no doubt love to get their hands on it. It has a long handle on one end and an open barrel on the other. It could as easily be a gun or a flute to your untrained eye. You make note in your data pad to release the artifact into scientific custody. You look for any kind of notes, computer hardware, or other clues about his correspondences, but it seems that the apartment has been swept of any sensitive data. Otherwise, the apartment is very typical for expensive 24th century housing on Mars. Okay, so there's an artifact there, and his place has been scrubbed by Norman Security. Okay. Let's talk to that old mother who's one of the old Mars old timers. The woman who's got dementia. I think we should learn a little bit more about these Mars old timers that are playing such a role in our story. So C33. She lives there. This is the mother of Mick, whose shop got messed up. C33. Remember, she's got dementia, we're told. No sooner that you take a seat, Lucy Dubb tells you about how close her two boys, Wotan and Mick, are. One went into business and the other into science. Interesting. She waffles a lot and mentions that she was one of the Mars originals. After a few minutes, she asks who you are again. You tell her that you're a detective, and she asks you if you're there to fix the intercom. She appears to be suffering from dementia. I shouldn't laugh. After you make Lucy a fresh pot of tea, you look around the apartment a little. She talks to you from her seated position, and you spot boxes of stuff belonging to her two sons. There is a photograph that shows a young man with heterochromia. He's turned back from the datapad computer to look at his mother, who's taking the picture. You can see him running programming software with hierarchies of code, but you can see nothing more detailed than that. She laughs and says that he was a wild one. He would sneak out in the night to go see girls, hacking into the home security system so that she would never even know he had left. He used to have this goofy alias that he'd use on all the forums, Momentum Jones. Then she moves on to, it sounds like this brother is significant in our story. Maybe he's the guy who runs one of the tech shops. Then she moves on to the topic of old terraforming experiments and the political infighting amongst the original science teams on Mars. You speak to several residents in the apartment building, but none are able to provide you with pertinent evidence regarding your investigation. Several people mention that times are tough on banks with little money to spare and security force that can get a little heavy-handed at times. So I'm going to make a new card for this person here because it just sounds... So I think we're talking about the other son. Wotan Doob, aka Momentum Jones. And he sounds like he's kind of the hacker type. I wonder if we're going to run into him when we go to the tech shop, which I think we should do because it might fill in how people were using codes and stuff. Let's just make sure that there's no entry for Momentum Jones. There isn't. I think we should go to the tech shop. What was the tech shop in the newspaper that was mentioned? Datapad on the fritz. Get yourself down to mid-tech personal communications. Oh, here. And elevate computer security. South of Greenbelt E. So elevate and mid-tech. Let's see. Where are they? There's mid-tech. And security is elevate. So maybe we visit those. I have a feeling we're going to find Wotan Dub. Jonathan says, I'm curious to see if we can potentially anger the family by going to the mother, but still, let's go. Was an unnamed scientist from Mars Technical Institute visiting Habitat Mars. Could he be Wotan? So the unnamed scientist from the Mars Technological Institute was the guy we just happened to run at. That's a very clever perception. So we went to when we went to his place of work, there was the guy there from the unnamed person. So just to remind us of that, Let's see. So they're just mentioned in passing. He's talking to a sympathetic customer, a scientist from the neighboring Martian Technologies Institute. So Jonathan was saying, is it possible that that's Wotan? Can we look up that place? Martian Technology Institute. Yes, we can. Okay, let's pursue this idea that maybe that's the brother coming to check up on his other brother. D26. Let's go there. D26. Let's see if Jonathan's hunch is right. Well, not quite, but there is an entry. A scientist named Hong Tan in the Martian Technology Institute talks to you about some of the Martian technology they have recovered from the mole. As you walk around him, you see an office for a Dr. Wilkes. Oh, that's interesting. Is that any relation to Mel Chang Wilkes, you ask? He says, I think they're cousins, but Dr. Wilkes is not in at work today as he's attending the corporate picnic with his partner. The scientists show you some of the exhibits they have of Martian technology, things, he says, that are utterly unlike any of the other mole discoveries. The items here seem to have an entirely different ergonomic design, which suggests an entirely different intelligent species. He says that everyone truly hated Morgana Tana for allowing drilling to continue and refusing scientific access to the site. He wonders at the immense amount of knowledge that has been lost thanks to Tana's ignorance and single-mindedness. As you return to the lobby of the Martian Technology Institute, an old photo of a large gathering of scientists catches your eye. Hong Tan offers an explanation. Banks was one of the first settlements on Mars, and hosted Mars' first inter-settlement scientific conference. All of the Mars originals made it down. They're the people who helped settle Mars. All these amazing minds in one place. Look, most of them are gone now, and of that group, only 2 are in Banks. That is after Faux Range died last week. Now it's just Lucy Dube and Greta Platt. Amazing women in their time, but both unfortunately suffering from the effects of age. They should be revered as royalty, but the corps are happy to let them languish in their apartments with only the support of their children. Okay, so one thing that's interesting is we've got a cousin of Mel Chang Wilkes working there, but he's at the corporate picnic. And we're told that the only 2 of the originals left alive are Lucy Dube, who we just met to, and Greta Platt, who I don't think we visited yet. I think we should chase down this lead and see if we can find them at the corporate picnic, which I believe was mentioned in the newspaper. Compulsory corporate picnic on Greenbelt East today. Is there a Greenbelt East? Is that a park? Is that going to be this Greenbelt East F7? Let me look at the directory here. Is there a park? Parks. Greenbelt East F6. Okay, let's try to track down this cousin. F6, which is Not here. Here, I see. There's Greenbelt East. Makes sense, that's where you have a picnic. Okay, F6, here we go. Are we going to find this relative who works in the thing? The picnic is flush with guests. It was a compulsory for all employees of education and leisure, with many also bringing their families and partners. Many seem to be enjoying themselves, and many more look very bored, just eating and looking at their watches. They still got watches? There are too many people for you to hope to recognize anybody, and indeed, after 10 minutes, you decide that walking around much more would be fruitless. You do get a pretty good corn dog, though. As you begin to stroll away, an odd bearded man stops you by asking, "You're new to banks, aren't you?" You don't catch his name, but he tells you he's a local artist and writer. You tell him that you're investigating the recent murders for Habitat Corporation. "Isn't it obvious who's responsible?" He drops his voice to a whisper. "The rattlesnake man. The Mars Resistance. You see them out there during dust storms on the horizon, watching the dome, waiting for their chance to take down Habitat." Wow. You thank him for the guidance. "Trust me, the rattlesnake is who you're looking for." Okay. Who is Rattlesnake? Let's make a card for this thing. The Rattlesnake. That's the Mars Resistance. I don't know if it's a person or a group. Very interesting. So could we have a little organization on Mars that's doing extrajudicial punishments of people? Okay, let's see what's new in the chat. Platt was the one who left her password on her paper. Yes, okay, let's go find her. Jonathan says, "Can we just check the overflow of the picnic?" So you want to check the west side of the park that overflowed. Okay, F4. An interesting idea. So we went to F6. There's no F4. No F4. But there is a central plaza, F5. Were we told something in the newspaper is happening in the central plaza? The large amount of litter in Central Plaza is getting people crazy. Using the area as a garbage can. All right, let's go to Central Plaza, just following Jonathan's request that we go around the park. Okay, so here's F5. You notice the garbage, but also see some security officers roughing up a drunken miner. You ask them what's going on and show them your badge. A red-faced security officer turns to you and explains that this drunk has been littering and repeatedly refuses to pick up his garbage. So it's just a flavor text for F5. All right, so that was the Central Plaza. Where did Greta Platt say she left her thing? Let's see. So she says, at the botany lab. We want to go there anyway because we suspect that might have to do with our murder of Tana Morgan. So let's go to the botany lab. Botany labs is A9. Right. Botany labs right here. Connected to the greenhouse. Makes sense. Jonathan says, it's interesting that, or Anna Maria says, it's interesting that everyone says Morgan was the bad guy, but not a bad guy in terms of being corrupt. Let's differentiate. They all say Tana Morgan was a bad guy in terms of working for the corporations to give them access to the mole hole instead of worrying about the people or science. But no one really says that there's any evidence of him being involved in the extortion. All right, let's see what this says. We're in A9, we're in the botany labs. It says, you inform the receptionist in the botany labs that you're here investigating the murder of Morgan Tana, and he waves you through the building toward the underground tunnel that leads through to the greenhouses. Just go straight in, he says. Okay, so that's all. It's just A9 just leads us to the greenhouses. Not much, nothing useful there. I think we should go to the tech shops. I think it's time to go to the tech shops. So the first one is Mid-Tech Personal Communications at D19. Is there. Let's see what that has to say. Okay. There's got to be a better way to do this. Mid-Tech Personal Communications is a bizarre store with lots of empty space and just a few designer data pads on pedestals. This is an Apple store. You address the bored-looking salesperson. Can you fix my data pad? The signal is horrible. That's just basic bank settlement for you. We are in a comms black spot and always have been, thanks to the enormously deep crater we're sitting in. The only thing I can sell you here are for if you decide to head out to Burroughs or some other place, and things to communicate within banks itself. The only outside connections are reserved for the Corps and the military. Tough shit, Holmes. Okay, so that was useless. So personal communications tech guy was useless, but elevate system security at D4 may be more useful. Okay, right there. Okay. You address a young woman at the desk of Elevate Computer System Security. Can you tell me how somebody could have remotely hacked into the greenhouse environmental computer? She whistles loudly while pulling wires out of a small computer system. Well, that's Corp Tech. It wouldn't necessarily be harder than many systems, but covering your tracks would be a nightmare. The systems are all based around keeping records, you know? We'd need high-level interception hardware on your rig. That would easily set you back thousands. And then you'd need to be damn good at what you're doing. There aren't many people good enough to work a hack job like that, especially in a back-end place like banks. Do you sell the kind of rig you'd need? No way. There'd be no customers for such black hat style stuff out here. Just a bunch of goody-goody scientists. You might find a piece of hardware like that in the security HQ. But honestly, I'm just guessing. I don't know what they do with it. Maybe read your datapad messages behind your back or something. Do you have any interception hardware for your own personal use? What are you trying to suggest? You smile. Nothing. Never mind. You thank her for the help and leave. Okay, so we're asking her about how you cover up your tracks, and she's like, this would be a very expensive thing to do. Maybe security headquarters has it, or maybe some hobbyist could have built it, but not particularly useful. We could go to the Norman Security headquarters. Let's do it. Might as well follow up on this thread and see if Norman Security has any information for us at A6. Remember, they don't like us here. In the bank's branch of Norman Security, the officers appear angry that you're in the building and make fun of your investigation. You request access to the mole hole and are given a form to fill out. The officer who hands you the form says they'll get back to you in 6 months or so. You also ask for photographs of the crime scene, and another officer laughs and says she'll put in a request for that too. Lastly, you ask for network access to see Morgan Tanner's files. The second officer tells you that you're not even in the right building, no doubt indicative of your incompetence. You want to be in the Norman Data Center for that kind of stuff, she sneers. Okay. So if we want Morgan Tanner's files, we should go to the Norman Data Center. All right, well, let's look in our thing. There's the data center. It's at A5. We might as well stop by A5. See if they'll help us there. In the Norman Data Center, you request access to Morgan Tanner's files, flashing your identification at the front desk. A nerdy guy named Felix disappears into his office to see if he can get access for you. He comes back a few minutes later saying that there's nobody on duty who can grant access, but he'll slide it your way if you catch Morgan's killers and put some order in this place. Using Felix's access terminal, you're able to look through Morgan's email messages for the last 2 days. These were captured remotely, so even if Morgan deleted several, or they were timed to delete by the senders, they're still visible here. Subsequently, there's a lot of irrelevant information. You can see several emails asking for mole hall access, with titles like "Asking Again, We're Losing So Much Valuable Data." These are like scientists who want him to grant them access. One email sticks out. It's from someone using the alias Momentum. We know who that is. Jupiter Momentum. That's one of the brothers. The Doob brothers. So A5. Okay, so this person is playing a role in our investigation. It was flagged to be deleted after Morgan read it. It reads, "I know about your little secret. WC and JD. Meet me in the North Greenhouse during tonight's time slip. I have things you need to see." There's the setup by a person who's a hacker who could have blown out that place remotely. All right, I think we have our killer right here. And I think we just may have stumbled onto the important details. WC and JD he's asking about. Okay, this is huge. I mean, this is our huge breakthrough of this case. So on the 3rd of February, during tonight's time slip, this is our murder setup, right? Because meet me tonight, and the murder happened on that night. This is our murder right here. WC is Wayne Chan, is what Jonathan has picked up on. Yep, and JD is going to be our woman, maybe? And is this going to be Wayne Chan? Okay, this is our killer. He's saying to meet up in the North Greenhouse. He's got the exact time. I have things you need to see. So this would be the setup for the setup for killing him, presumably. WC and JD. Okay, so now M was looking for someone. Anna Maria says Jonathan was right. He was looking for someone, but why would he be looking under plants and stuff? That still strikes me as a little odd. But this does seem like the setup. All right, now let's do something. Let's go to the directory and let's look for women named JD. So we last initial D. Jewel Dames, or Core Drake. No, that's not a J. Okay, well, there's only one JD. It's someone named Jewel Dames. Shall we knock on this door and see what happens? Let's do it. They live right next door to someone in C27. Who's that? Massey. Lee Massey. That's one of the other people that was C27 one of the other people that was broken up? Let's see. So is this JD Jewel Dames? Maybe? Let's see. Okay. There is an entry. Jewel Dames is not at home. Her flatmate opens the door, leans against the wall, and explains. Jewel is recovering from a wicked hangover. This is the same thing that Wayne Chan was suffering from. She stumbled over to the infirmary this morning for some meds and should be hitting up the education and leisure corporate party with her girlfriend. Again at this corporate party. You had a fun night then? The flatmate laughs. We were with one of Jewel's friends. I don't know his name, an Asian name. Yeah, Wayne Chan. Chang or something. We hung out at the Greenbelt bars until 2 a.m. When Jewel and her friend went off together, they were looking for trouble. He laughs again. When he talks, you look over his shoulder into the apartment. It's luxuriously decorated, yeah, because she got money, with high-end furniture and modern tech, a rare sight in bank settlement. Okay, so that's going to be our second person. That's going to be the mean woman. We might be able to go to the Greenbelt bars and find more proof of her hanging out. I don't think we really need it, but if we wanted to, we're told about the wrecking bar in the paper. I think maybe we'll just go to that and see. Just gonna write down Julie's address in case we want to go read that again. Okay, D11 was the bar mentioned in the paper. There's no entry for it. Okay. Let's look at our map again here. So D11 was that bar. But it looks like 12, 11, 10, and 9. These are all of these places next to the park are all drinking pubs. I think maybe we visit these because it says she was there and then went here. So D9, D10, D11, D12. Little Canteen is so it's not. I hope I'm not going to these places when I shouldn't, but let's just see. Little Canteen is, true to its name, a small establishment. It's currently filled to capacity with hungry scientists from nearby labs. You're able to speak to one of the frazzled waitresses who answers your questions in a rapid-fire manner before running off to serve more breakfast waffles. It appears that no, they don't use ceramic knives like the one that killed Mel Chang Wilkes, And no, she doesn't think anybody in your staff would be able to help in your investigation. I see. It's little clues about where, at these canteens, where we might get the knife. Let's check this one. Relaxed Food and Drink has a modest breakfast crowd, but the assistant manager is able to take a moment to speak with you. You mentioned that Mel Chang Wilkes was killed by a ceramic blade and ask if they use similar blades in their kitchens. What's a ceramic blade? I don't even know you could get ceramic blades. No, we just use regular metal ones. I guess they're steel or something. It's not really my area of expertise. So we just went to these places thinking that maybe the ceramic blade came from a restaurant, and he's like, there's no way that we would use a fancy ceramic blade. Let's check up in the chat here. I still think Momentum thinks Morgan is running extortion. Yes, it's possible. Leaving at 2 a.m. lines up with them beating and threatening the other murderer at 2:30. That's a very good observation. Anna Maria says, so we don't know where this Momentum hacker guy is. Can we attend the funeral mentioned in the paper? I don't believe we can, but we can visit the deceased house. Yes, the other old timer. The funeral isn't till tomorrow, so I don't think we can go to the funeral, but we can visit his house. And but one thing that's a little curious to me is that I think we may have jumped the gun in terms of thinking we can't visit Momentum Jones, because we can. We're told he is the Wotan Doob brother, and he's got an address in the directory. So we maybe not supposed to. It took some figuring out that he's Momentum Jones, but we can visit him as long as we go to Wotan's house. So let's start by going there. C44. So now we're about to visit the murderer's house, I believe. Right here in this corner house is where he lives. All right, guys, get ready. We're about to visit the murderer. Wotan Doob answers the door, appearing to be ill. I'm feverish, so watch out. You go through some questions and ask him about his plans to access the mole. I'll do whatever's necessary to access the artifacts. My official requests have been met with continued resistance from security forces. They just land in Morgan's inbox and languish forever. Even though things have changed, we'll probably still never get access. Come in if you want to talk. You enter his house and he offers to make you tea, a variety grown from an artificially cultivated Martian moss. You pass on the offer. You notice the tech he keeps in his place. He has some awesome IT equipment, including a bunch of homebrew things. You ask him about it. Just something I do to keep busy on quiet weeks, which are all the more frequent these days. I came here to work on the Martian artifacts, but that barely happens, so instead I busy myself with little tech projects. By now he's lying on his couch with a cold towel draped across his forehead. I was threatened with deportation for threatening the security of the mole after I said I would blast through the B-section tunnels. I was half exaggerating. But at least that deportation won't go ahead now that security is chasing Morgan's killer. So there's his motive for killing the head of security. Well, that and they're up to their necks in all the shit going down in the business district. People getting killed and businesses getting trashed. So now he's got two reasons to kill Morgantana. One, he thinks Morgantana maybe is running the extortion racket on his brother. And two, he's threatening to get him deported. If you ask me, I think we'd be better without any security forces here. We're meant to be a scientific settlement, you know? That's how Habitat Corp got their initial funding. It wasn't for the mining, but for the advancement of mankind. As you leave his apartment, Wotan complains that he needs to prepare to go visit his mother. She's expecting me. She's a Marge original and tough as nails. And she doesn't care about little things like the flu. But she's really saddened by some of the things that have been happening in the settlement recently, and she needs her sons around. Before you exit, you notice that Wotan has heterochromia. You double take and he laughs. Don't stare. I was punched in the eye as a child and it damaged my retina. Makes me look interesting, right? Heterochromia, I believe, is going to be different colors in his eyes. Makes him very recognizable. We read about someone else having heterochromia before. Where did we read that? We read about someone having heterochromia. Who did we read about had heterochromia? I'm gonna make a card for it. I know we read something else about. I'm just gonna put mentions of heterochromia, C44, and then someplace else. Jonathan says, I think it was a picture of him at his mother's. Jonathan might be right. Maybe just a picture of him at his mother's. All right. Shall we visit? Let's visit the place of the guy who died. Who was named Faux Range, C24. So here's one of the old timers that died recently. You press the intercom at the door of Faux Range's apartment, but nobody answers. As you walk away, a neighbor pops their head out their door. Didn't you hear that Faux died? Terrible tragedy. Really terrible. All right, so he died. And we can't go to he's not answering his door. That makes sense. If you wanted to try to go to the funeral, which isn't till tomorrow, so I don't see how, it's at West Park. So let's just see if you go to West Park, what happens. Maybe they're preparing for it. Parks. West Park is F3. So let's go to F3 Park just to see if there's anything there. Right there. No entry for F3. No entry for where the funeral is. Makes sense. They're not doing it yet. All right. Well, I was just thinking Trey Augmentation has night vision stuff. Remember they were talking about once you get the lens, you're never going to go back. I wonder if if we go there, whether we'd hear that some criminal has got them night vision. That's how they were moving around in the tunnels or something. Let's go there just for fun. D21. Because why not? Trey Augmentation is busy today, with many miners spending their free time checking out the eye augmentations that are offered here. One miner explains their appeal to you. A lot of us got used to them when we were working out on the asteroids and living in H2. You really kind of needed them if you're out there on the dark side of a rock. They're just incredible for your quality of life, you know? They let you spot a problem coming your way in the dark, giving you peace of mind. Alright, well, that didn't really help us much. I do see an entry for the botany greenhouse tunnel. G5. That's not even on our... Like, is it saying that this tunnel is G5? I mean, it seems like that might be relevant to us. I'm not sure why it's not labeled. It seems like it should be labeled as G5. Like here's G3, G2, G1. There are these tunnels. For some reason, G5 doesn't seem to be labeled. I think we should go there. Because remember, we got the murder scene in the greenhouse, and botany is where... Alright, there's no entry for G5, so it doesn't matter. Alright, any ideas? Let's look at Banks, Education, and Leisure. They're throwing the picnic party. Okay, that's a good idea. So, Education and Leisure Department, where was that? Where is that? I mean, what would it be listed under? It was mentioned a couple times, but I don't actually see it. I don't really see it here. Settlement and Recreation Center? Going back to the news, Education and Leisure. Education, I don't see Education and Leisure. Going back to the news, let's visit this Stome Ang at the Paleontology Center and see if he can tell us about the artifacts. So D13, if we visit him at the Paleontology Center. The Paleontology Center is on a skeleton staff today, but you're able to look at some of the artifacts that they keep in the lobby. Amongst them is an incredible fossil of a Martian animal. It must be billions of years old, showing a four-legged creature similar to a salamander. The man working on reception smiles at you and assures you that there are much cooler things back in the labs. Come back on a weekday, I can get someone to show you around. Okay, and then if we went to the home of the person that wrote the article, that was Stome Ang. So let's go to C30, just following this up. If you'll remember, I'm visiting the person who wrote into the newspaper and said, we have to worry about our artifacts. Stome Ang answers their door when you call on the intercom. Can I help you, please? Can you tell me a little bit about the contention between various science groups and Norman security? I mean, there's just tons of straight up anger right now, lots of tension brewing. I work down at the Paleontology Center, and every day there's so much heartbreak over how much knowledge is getting lost in the mining operations. Habitat is more than happy to let their drills chew through the irreplaceable and unique artifacts. Just in the name of quicker terraformation and to get the minerals out of the ground. It's so short-sighted, it's painful. Better that we spend more time terraforming and get such truly valuable knowledge intact. And that's not profitable, is it? So yeah, there's tons of anger pointed towards Norman security at the moment. I can only hope that when they get their new VP, things will change, but I doubt it will happen. All right, so that was just flavor text, nothing important. Anna's saying it looks like the two murders might not be related. The store owner, extortion related, and Morgan's scientific discovery, artifacts related. I'm not sure. Don't forget, the person that we think that set him up has a connection to the extortion. Right? It's the brother of the guy. It's a brother of one of the guys who's being beat up for extortion. Although, yeah. Although his brother wasn't beat up until recently, maybe. I'm trying to remember the timeline. The person that set up the murder of Morgan Tana is a brother of one of Mick Doob, who works at Habitat Mart. No, that's Massey. It was Merit Clothing, B9. 3 days ago, they trashed this place for revenge. So 3 days ago, they trashed 3 days ago, the 8th. We get there on the 8th. On the 5th, they trashed the place, but on the 4th, Morgan Tana was killed. So actually, Morgan Tana's killed before his brother's place get trashed. Jonathan says, we can go to the glider instructor, Fujiriko. Since I looked it up wrong, I think we should, just for flavor. Let's go to see. I looked up Fujiriko as the last name, but Jonathan parsed the email address for the glider. C5, let's see, just for fun. Dr. Thorne Wilkes answers the door, looking irritated. So what if we share half a surname? I'm no relation and know nothing of it. How can you just go about bothering people on their day off? Can't you see I'm trying to relax here? Okay. Thorne Wilkes is who we found at C5. Thorne Wilkes also lived there. So it was nothing, unfortunately. Let's visit the brother of Chang Wilkes, C16. We met him at the shop, so I don't know if he should be here. C16, Eli Chang Wilkes live in a ground floor apartment. You buzz, no one answers. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense. We met him at his work. And we already went to Wayne Chan. He had a hangover, just like Jewel Dames. So we think we found... the man and the woman doing the extorting, but they're both alive and well. Anna says, don't forget, the email said, I know what you're doing. Come meet me. And Morgan went. So he was doing something illegal. But the question is something extortion related or something artifact related. Let's maybe read that again. I didn't know. That's what I didn't remember. Okay, A5 is where we got that. I know about your little secret. WC and JD, question mark. Meet me in front of the North Greenhouse. Yes, it does sound like he's saying, I know about your little secret, Wayne Chan and Julie Dane. So he is connecting Tana Morgan with the extortion ring. But then he says, I have things you need to see. I know about your little secret, period. WC and JD, question mark. I have things you need to see. I think it's time for another 8-minute break here. So let's take an 8-minute break. We'll come back, try to give some thought to where you think we should investigate next. It does seem like one thread that we haven't followed down is where the knife came from. It's an unusual knife. What identification it might have on it, where we would go to follow up to learn about that knife. But I'll see you in 8 minutes. Maybe there's a culinary school we could find knives in or something. All right, see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two, and we're playing Martian Investigations Case 1, Death on the Rust Planet. We were just talking in the chat about current theories about the murder, and we were saying, can we track down Jewel Dames, where she would have gotten the knife, where she is now? Jonathan suggested that in the directory, he saw a survival store. That seems like a good place. I do think we should check that. I also think we shouldn't give up on tracking down where they went drinking last night. We've knocked on 2 doors. They both had hangovers for drinking. And I think we should try to find where they would go drinking. So we actually went to Little's Canteen, D9. We're going to go to the survival store in a second here. I just want to make sure we did go to this canteen. Okay, so survival store was Layla Survivalist, B10. Let's go to B10. Let's see, it's in this neighborhood. Let's see if they know anything about these knives. Layla Survivalists is crammed with gear for the miners in bank settlements. Exposure suits, various knives, axes, heavy jackets, work boots. You're able to speak to the owner, who's remarkably busy. You mentioned that Mel Chang Wilkes was killed with a ceramic blade. Do you sell a knife like that? No, I don't sell them. They're pretty rare in settlements, actually. I mean, there's nobody who would shop here that would look for a ceramic knife because they're only useful for food. They're mainly used in kitchens. Okay, there's our clue. That's why we were hunting down kitchens. All right, let's see if we can track down this woman at a bar and then a kitchen. So there's a diner. There's a pub. There's food and drink. I should take a look at other stuff around here. There was an interesting ad about the laundry services. Okay. I think it's time to go to these bars and diners and see if we can't find where this woman was partying and maybe what kitchen place she might have gone to. So I'm going to go and try to find her currently at one of these bars. So let's go to D1. Bank Bar. All in the center of town. Okay, there's no D1. How about the Canteen and Mart, D3? Okay, let's see what we got. D3. You call in to Bank's Canteen and Mart and able to talk to the chef who's preparing food for the lunch crowd. You mention that Mel Chang Wilkes was killed with a ceramic blade and ask if they use similar blades in the canteen. No way, they chip too easily. Cut a bone or something frozen and you've ruined an expensive blade. We have metal ones here. We get them from Layla's. Okay, so he sent us to Layla's, which we already been to. How about at the diner at D2? D2 is here. You take a seat in the bar by Bank's Diner and order a coffee. The manager comes over to serve you and makes conversation. You're not from Banks, are you? You explain you're investigating a series of murders. Mel's file says she was killed with a ceramic blade. Do you use them here? Oh, here we go. His face goes pale and he struggles to find the words he wants. You're kidding, right? Yeah, we use ceramic knives. 2 security arseholes were in here a few weeks ago getting drunk one night, and they stole a ceramic paring knife from behind the counter. They threatened my cook and took a bunch of Mars dollars from him. We told Norman, but they didn't do a thing. Didn't do a thing. Of the two, I don't know who the guy is, but the woman I know because her stepbrother comes in here. She's called Jewel Dames. And her stepbrother comes in. Well, we've just confirmed Jewel Dames. We already knew that. And now we know where she got her knife from. I think this locks up our theory of the murder of Wilkes Chang by this woman. We now know where she got her knife from. The only thing we don't know is where she is now. When we went to her house, let's read that thing again about her house. I mean, maybe we're not meant to know where she is now. Except if we could find her girlfriend, C23. She's recovering from a hangover. She stumbled over to the infirmary this morning from some meds and should be hitting up the education and leisure corporate party with her girlfriend. That's the party we went to, right? She had fun last night. Maybe we need to go back to that. The education and leisure corporate party. She should be hitting up the education and leisure corporate party. Okay. So when we read about the education and leisure corporate party, corporate picnic on the Green Belt East. Okay, we went there. That was F6. Let's remind ourselves what that said. The picnic is flushed with guests. Compulsory. They look bored, looking at their watches. After 10 minutes, you decide walking around much more would be fruitless. You do get a corn dog. Okay. And then he says it's Rattlesnake, the Mars Resistance. So is this just a crazy guy, or is there a little side story about the Mars Resistance? Jonathan says, just for flavor, I'm a bit curious to see the Banks Monument. Me too. Where would that be? We were told something is near the Banks Monument. Was that that park we just went to? Because there was nothing there. Where was the monument mentioned? I do remember it was mentioned somewhere. Red's Laundry, across from Banks Monument. Oh, someone might have to go to get the blood cleaned out of their outfit. All right, let's go to the laundry, and it's across from the Banks Monument. So let's do that. Okay, the laundry is B20, Red's Laundry Services. Let's take a look at where that is. B20. B19, where's B20? Doesn't seem to be there. Maybe it's not important. Let's just take a look. B20. Person says, you got laundry you need doing? You explain that no, you have no laundry, but just a few questions. I don't know anything about anything unless that something is laundry. That's all the laundry people said. We're told that B20 is across from the monument, but since I can't find where B20 is, it's hard to know where to go for the monument. Maybe it's F11? Oh, there's B20. Okay, there's B20. So look, this is going to be the monument right here. F12, I think. Or F3, which I've already been to. Let's see if F12 exists. Maybe we can spot the monument. F12. You find yourself in a small plaza with a statue to Ian M. Banks in its center. A small plaque explains that he inspired so many scientists to go into their field of the study, and thus he has been given this honor. Elsewhere in the plaza, you see some miners playing some abstract tabletop games. Okay. So we went to F12 also. Interesting. I mean, we don't know. There is a hobby supplies place right next door. Shall we go there and see what the flavor of that is? B3. Let's do it. It mentioned that there's hobby. Okay, it's not there. Nothing there. Okay, so we don't know that there would be any reason why we would have to track her down in person now. We already know she did it. We know she works for Norman. We don't know if we need to track her down. We know she got the knife, so she surely did the killing of the person. So what do we think? Game Brigade. Brian has stopped by. Hello, Brian. For all we know, we've figured this out now. We know who stabbed the... We're pretty sure that these two killed the woman when she wouldn't pay. Mel Chang Wilkes. And we're pretty sure that we know who set up Tana Morgan. We have no evidence that Tana Morgan was actually involved in all this. Is there any reason to think that the mystery is deeper than we understand it to be? Johnson says, maybe do a quick peek through Cluebook and see if it looks like there's a lot left. It feels like there's a lot left. It feels like there should be a lot left, but it's hard to know if it's flavor. There's a couple entries there, a couple entries there, entry there, several entries there, some big entries there, lots of entries. There's a lot of stuff we haven't read. Whether it's just flavor or not, I don't know. They must have. There's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff left, but it's hard to know if it's how important it is for our case. Let's take a look at this map here. We haven't been anywhere in E. Maybe we need to run down this artifact side story more. What have we not... Let's see. Let's start from the front end and see what have we not done. All right, we haven't visited Will N.G., the acting chief of security. I guess maybe we should take them in order. Let's check out the NG, the guy in the directory. Let's check out people in the directory we haven't visited yet. NG is the acting head of security. Let's see what he has to say to us. C2. Okay. It's a whole page dedicated to this. Will NG is home and surprised to see you. He laughs, asking if you couldn't get anything from Norman headquarters as you take a seat in his home office. He walks around his desk and takes a seat opposite you. The maid gives you a cup of tea and you ask Will if he and Morgan Tana had a good relationship. He laughs again. Tana was a total asshole. He used to enjoy riling up the local scientists, which wasn't productive really, even if it might have been fun in the short term. He was making strides in his career here just because the mole hole was doing so well. Habitat Corp and Norman Security both adored him for it. Will's communicator bleeps, alerting him to another visitor, and he leaves the room for a moment. You walk around the room looking at his awards and commendations hanging on the wall. As you stand on the side of the desk, and you stand on his side of the desk, you can't help noticing the screen of his desktop comm device. There's a short message from someone named Grace Robies. That message says, "This is getting ridiculous. I keep getting anonymous messages about our security teams causing havoc with local businesses and scientists. Morgan was keeping all of this under control, more or less. But now with him gone, it's getting worse. Two recurring names, of course. You know who. They're causing me so much trouble here, Will. Just this morning, I have a message saying 2 officers matching their description attacked a business owner by the southeast airlock." We know all about this. "You know I don't like to get involved, but it's gotten out of hand. I want those 2 shipped off planet or something before we have more blood on our hands and more corp detectives nosing around." The message sent from Will today has the header, "Corp Snoop in town, gotta buck up." You hear Will returning, so you walk away from the screen and look out the window, looking down at an intersection with a crowd of grubby miners wandering into the commercial district. Will comes back into his office with a guest, a tall elderly man with a shock of white hair. Will seems to have a moment of realization that he may have forgotten to lock the screen, and his face flushes slightly. You thank him for his time and leave. Tall elderly man with a shock of white hair. That could be the president, for all we know. And Morgan was keeping all of this under control. I don't know if that tells us he is involved in this or he isn't. But it sounds like maybe Tana Morgan did know about all the extortion and just kept it under control. Anna Maria says, "Theory, hacker used info about the extortion to lure Morgan to the greenhouse to kill him, but his real motive was artifact related." I like your idea that the hacker, which we think is Jupiter Jones, aka Wotan, used the information about the extortion. Although I don't know why you keep saying the motive was artifact related. Let's just remind ourselves that guy has multiple motives, right? Number 1 is he's upset that Tana Morgan's not giving him access to artifact science. The other reason was Tana Morgan was about to have him deported. And now that he's dead, he won't be deported. He said that explicitly. And the third reason seems to be that his brother's being extorted by the Norman security gangs. So he's got lots of motives to want to kill him. All right, going through our list of people that we're curious about. One is Eli Fox. He's a guy who wrote into the paper, I think also about artifacts, if I'm not mistaken. So Eli Fox is also asking for the artifact. So let's visit him at C15. So someone else who cares about artifacts. Eli Fox is not at home. You buzz his intercom and knock on the door to his apartment, but there's no answer. Okay, so Eli Fox is not home. He doesn't have a work address, so that's fine. All right, who have we not else visited? We haven't visited Jupiter Umberto. Who is Jupiter Umberto? Where did we get his name from? Does anyone remember where we got Jupiter Umberto's name from? I mean, I suppose we could just visit him and see if it reminds us. Also, there's this fire that broke out at Tell Engineering. We might want to check that out to see if that's related. Is that going to be... Yeah, that could be related to us. Have we already marked that? Tell Engineering, Research, Tell Engineering. Let's mark that to make sure we check that out. All right, so what did I just say? Oh, Jupiter Umberto. I'm going to go visit because I don't know why we've got him marked. Umberto, Jupiter, C17. Let's see if there's anything about him that tells us where. The elevator in Umberto Jupiter's apartment building is broken, so you're exhausted by the time you reach the correct floor. To make matters worse, no matter how much you knock and buzz the communicator, no one answers the door. Okay, I don't remember how we met him. What does the chat say? Umberto Jupiter had remote control of the greenhouse. I see. Henry says motive threefold, but I meant not mainly about the extortion. Yes, okay. Well, we visited all the people that we've marked out on this page that we wanted to visit, and everyone on both pages. So we visited all the people that were on our list. In the yellow pages, it's the fire at the engineering lab. We haven't been there yet, so let's do that right now. E11. Okay, so we finally got an E location. So here's where our fire is. The fire broke out. We're not told any other information, so let's see if that's a clue, if that's somehow related to us. Tell Engineering Labs has recently fallen victim to a fire, and the cleanup crews are currently there, carrying charred material out to a set of dumpsters. Some of the material looks to be various kinds of weaponry to your untrained eye. You call into the lab's reception desk where a frazzled-looking member of staff informs you that everybody is too busy to be able to help you today. Normally we'd be happy to give you a tour, but today everything is just going haywire. Perhaps you can find what you need on our online literature. That doesn't really help us, does it? Online literature, what's that about? So maybe the part about the hilt of the knife being dissolved, there is a maintenance and chemical supply. I wonder if that's relevant to us. But that seems like they were just trying to maybe get rid of fingerprints or something, DNA. We could stop by the mole hole itself to see if there's anything reasonable there. Oh, there's the monument. We went there. Jonathan says, did we go to the archaeology center or just the paleontology? Just the paleontology center. We didn't go to archaeology. Martian Archaeology Center. Let's go there and see if we can dig up some information on the artifacts. D24. This wasn't mentioned by anyone, I don't think, but it is related to artifacts. Maybe it's got interesting information. A scientist from the Martian Archaeology Center offers to give you a tour and show you how some of the artifacts they have while you talk about the case. They have a lot of artifacts, including some very large pieces. But he tells you that this is only the surface of the mother lode that they know exists down in the mole tunnels. He talks about the contention with the security forces that they won't let scientists access the mole holes because it means they will need to slow down production. This is all a mining operation looking for minerals and the heat that the mole hole provides for energy and atmospheric reasons. The Corp claims that plenty of mining operations have opened up access to artifact finds and that there's no reason to do so on Banks. But we know that the artifacts here are different. He indicates an artifact that just looks like a brown-red blob to you. This is a whole different era of Martian civilization, perhaps even a different Martian species from what we find in the other sites. Perhaps the Martians were visited by yet another alien species at some point in their history, making us the third form of intelligent life to exist on the red planet. He mentions a couple of names of security officers who have been particularly rough-handed with the scientist crews that have protested. Albert Nugent and Beak Emerson have been particularly rough-handed in the past and have had complaints filed against them from various protests. He also mentions that some scientists have sworn to do more than just protest, blasting from the underground tunnels through into the mole hole itself if necessary. He mentions a few scientist names. Among them is Wotan Doob, a Martian technologist. There's our person. There's our killer. He says, Wotan works at MTI but has been ill lately. He did say he was ill. All right, that was pretty big. It's given us two names. I feel like these are red herring names meant to distract us, but let's write them down. Albert Nguyen, and Beak Emerson. These are just rough security officers, but I feel like they're not going to be important. And we're told that Wotan Doob is Martian technologist. We already talked to him in his home, but is there a different place where we could go to his work? Martian Technology Institute. No, we already went there. What did we see when we went there? Who did we talk to? A scientist named Hong Tan, an office for Dr. Wilkes, their cousin. We visited him at his house, and he said, I'm just not related. Everyone truly hated Morgantana for allowing the drilling to continue. Lots of tempting things about a third species. I wonder if that's like the side story. Let's see what we've got here. There's also Grace mentioned at NG's apartment. There is a Grace mentioned. NG's apartment was the security guard. Am I forgetting someone that was mentioned there? C2. There's a short message from someone named Grace Robies. Oh, Grace is sent him a message about these extortions. So yes, let's go look her up. Great idea. Grace Robies, C9. Let's see what she has to say for herself and what her job is. Grace is not home, but you're able to speak to her son. You ask what his mother does, and he says that she is a security captain. She has to spend a lot of time at work now because she has taken over a lot of Morgantana's duties. Okay. So she's a security person. She sent a message to the current person in charge saying like they're out of control. These other workers at Norman Security, Tana Morgan was kept everything under control. Now that he's gone, the extortionists are going wild. All right, if we look up these other two workers, we've got an Albert Nugent. Okay, we can look at him. And Emerson. Beak Emerson. All right, let's look up these two people. D8 Emerson. We don't think that these guys are involved, but they might know a little bit about the two that are. Beak Emerson is not at home, but lives in an upscale apartment with her husband, who oversees operations at the oxygen scrubber. He answers the door and is able to patch you through to Beak's datapad communicator. He smiles at his tech savviness. She sighs, "Yes, I've had complaints made against me, and I regret that this is coming back to bite me in the ass now that things have gotten more intense in bank settlement. But really, and I'm sorry about this, I know nothing about your case." So we were told that these two were just like the rough security guards, but no reason to suspect they're involved in anything important. So that was D8. Okay, and then we've got Albert Nugent at C35. So we just think these are heavy-handed security people. Albert Nugent answers his door in a pair of sweatshorts. He's watching a sports game on the vid screen. He invites you in and jokes that the match is 3 days old, and he only just managed to score the bandwidth to get vid of it. You look around the place, and the vid screen is the only nice thing that he owns. He otherwise seems to survive on instant meals and sleeps on a fold-out couch. He says he doesn't know anything about the two deaths, but worries that both of these things will spell bad news for the settlement. So yeah, not relevant for our case. Okay. Let's go to the recreational center, see if they know anything about anything. I'm just looking down this recreation center to see if we might find Jewel Dames. Maybe we can stumble on her. Nope, that's not an entry. How about the Miners Pub at B15? The Miners Pub is closed. It's too early in the day to be serving drinks. You knock at the door hoping a member of their staff is readying the place for later business, but nobody answers. Relax food and drink is D12. We've already been there. All right. Well, what does the chat say? Jonathan says it's hard to tell if there's still a big subplot or not. Yes, it is. Well, I mean, let's think. We think we understand our motives for the two murders. And we think we understand the means of the two murders. One was stabbed by the extortionist Norman security people, and the other guy was a hacker and remotely blew out the vent. After he sent an email that he meant to self-destruct to Morgan Tana because he blamed him for a bunch of stuff. It feels like we understand it pretty well. There's a little subplot about the Martian originals and the artifacts and this rattlesnake thing, which could be a total red herring. If we did suspect there was something going on with Rattlesnake original Martians, where would we go? Looking at the directory to see if there's anything. I do see Martian botany. Have we gone there at F2? Since botanist was the greenhouse stuff. F2 doesn't have an entry. Okay, we don't have to worry about that. We went to where the fire was. They said no big deal. Nothing's going on there. Airwalk Transit Depot. Let's go to the transit depot just to see if anyone's leaving town or something. E15. Guess we went there. No E15. Okay. I feel like we've wrapped it all up. And we're just sort of looking at side stuff. There are a lot of places we haven't read. There are a lot of places we haven't read, but it doesn't seem like they might just be flavor text to read. Jonathan says maybe just glance at the questions to see. There is a glider school. E9. Okay, let's go there. I see air traffic and glider control. Okay, let's look. We're just sort of trying to make sure there's not something important. Nope, no E9. We went to all the Norman stuff. We went to the laundry. What about banking? Maybe someone's gotten a lot of money paid to them. How about that? A2. What else would you do if you were a cop? No A2. If you were a cop trying to trace stuff down. Why is he pretending to be sick? Or is he sick? I don't like that we don't know where Jewel is, but she went to the... It's a little strange that everyone went to this park for the corporate retreat, and we go there and we can't find anyone except for the guy who tells us about Rattlesnake. Is there anything, any like history, research of history? What's GravTech research? Sounds a little familiar. Chemistry labs, Bell Tech, life support. There's no history. University. All right, let's take a look. Let's peek at the questions here. Shall we peek at the question? It did mention that Julie had a stepbrother. I don't know how to track that person down. Yes, it did mention she had a stepbrother. But that wouldn't even be relevant to our thing, would it? Unless it turns out that the stepbrother is Wotan. But how would we... Settlement Planning Diplomatic Conference Center. We go to the licensing department. Does that have any files of information that could be relevant for us? A7, no entry. Hostel, where someone would live, not really. Sports equipment. All right, I'm going to look. I think we should look at the questions. All right, here we go. We're going to look at the questions now. The game tells us once you look at the questions, there's no going back. There's no turning back once you've read these questions, but we can turn back. But we're just going to look at these carefully one at a time. Who stabbed Mel Chang Wilkes? We think that's Julie Dames. Why was Mel Chang Wilkes killed? We think because she refused to pay the extortionists. What happened to the weapon used to murder Mel Chang Wilkes? We know they dropped it off in the bucket of solvent in one of the other buildings. Who is responsible for the death of Morgan Tanna? We believe that's our Jupiter Momentum guy, Wotang Debut, or whatever that last name is. For what 2 reasons was he killed? Okay, so there's our thing. We think one is, we listed 3, but basically one is because he was being investigated by Morgan Tanna, who was going to deport him, and because he was the artifacts, and because he was suspected to be involved in the extortion of his brother. Why was Morgan Tanna in the greenhouse during the Martian time slip? Because of the email that said to meet. That's it. Okay. All right. So it sounds like we understand all those. We've got our theories. Jonathan says, the only thing I'm really worried about missing out on is a fun little subplot about sneaking into the mole hole with Rattlesnake or scientists to find artifacts. But I think that would be a pure side story. I say we've solved it. I agree, and we can go back and look. We did look in the mole hole, though, didn't we? E1 is the mole hole. Did we not actually look in the mole hole? There's no entry for E1, so we couldn't go there. We'll have to. We'll skim through it and see what we missed when we're done. All right, so it sounds like we have answers to all these. The only one that jumps up as odd is this part about there being 2 reasons when I think we have 3. Do we want to discuss what our pick for 2 would be? How do we want to say, if we had to say 2 and not 3, what would they be? One would be the artifact related stuff, and one would be the extortion related stuff. If you remember, I mean, maybe the guy we're about to accuse, it would pay to see what he said. I don't like that we haven't found Jules. I'm sure we're gonna find her somewhere. He answers the door. He's feverish. It's interesting that we're not told why he's feverish. I feel like that's something we might be able to figure out. He says he's got all this technology for fun. He's lying on his couch with a cold towel. I was threatened with deportation for threatening the security of the mole after I said I would blast through from the B section tunnels. I was half exaggerating, but at least the deportation won't go ahead now that security is chasing Morgan's killer. Well, that, and they're up to their necks in all the shit going down in the business district. People getting killed, businesses getting trashed. If you ask me, I think we'd be better off without any security forces. He's first is extortion, second is artifacts. Okay. He said he has the flu. Yeah, I guess there's no reason to doubt that he's got the flu. It's just a weird little side thing. There's no. It's a little, what's the word we used before? It's a little conspicuous that he's so sick. That makes me think it might be related to the story in some way. But I don't see where. Settlement planning and development. Let me just look at A11. I think what we're going to do is we should just try to solve it and then we can come back and look. At the Settlement Planning and Development Office, you ask for the records for ownership of businesses surrounding Wilkes Supplies. You flick through the files, nothing out of place. Owner's current occupiers seem to have remained consistent. Nobody's name sticks out. So probably just a lot of extra entries for flavor and just to fill in stuff. All right. So let's do this. Let's take a little break. Everyone refresh your space tea and all that. And we will come back and read the answers and the solution unless anyone has any other place that they can think of for us to visit before we read the solution. And then we'll skim through the book and see what other little side flavor text we missed and see if there's anything else important. So I'll see you in 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. You're watching Co-op for Two. We've finished the case. We're ready to read the questions and solution. In fact, we've already read the questions. We believe we know answers to all of them. All right, here we go. Let's see what happens when we turn the page. So it's telling us a conclusion. I don't know if it's going to give us explicit. Yes. So first we read conclusion, then we read the answers. Conclusion. You visit Wotan Dub a second time and sit with him for Martian tea. Here's our Martian tea. You make the tea while he cradles his feverish head. After taking a seat, you explain, I know you killed Morgan Tana. He smiles weakly at you and sips his tea. Do you have any evidence of this, or is this just speculation? Well, I know you have the motives and the abilities. I also found a message that you sent to Morgan Tana, luring him to the greenhouse during the time slip. You used your old alias in the message. Well, that was a silly mistake. But you are correct in that nobody else on this settlement would have been able to do such a good job on the greenhouse security system. You know that Morgan Tana wasn't responsible for your brother's business being trashed, right? Yes. I thought Morgan was involved, but it quickly became apparent that it was just two Norman thugs, probably acting without anybody else's knowledge. Wayne Chan and Jewel Dames. And so you killed Morgan Tana for two reasons. One, as a threat to Norman security on the whole, letting them know they can't extort businesses and ignore residents and scientists. And secondly, it was revenge for stifling your research into Martian technology. A long pause. So, what are you going to do, detective? Well, I'm going to report Wayne Chan and Jewel James for the murder of Mel Chang Wilkes. Jewel was the muscle, so she'll no doubt get the hard time for it. Wayne Chan was the brains of the outfit, though. Several local businesses claim that Chan and Dames threatened them, and this was confirmed by a message I saw in Chief NG's comm screen. Chan and Dames killed Mel Chang Wilkes with a ceramic knife, which they tried to dispose of in a tub full of dissolvent. The knife's handle completely dissolved away, but the ceramic blade was intact when I fished it out. You place the blade on the table and Dub's eyes start to wander. He wipes them and takes another drink. As for you, Dub, I know you had your reasons, but the law is the law. The evidence to convict you is weak, but I'll see that your deportation is carried out if I can't make the murder accusations stick. That will have to be punishment enough. Can you do something about the access to the artifacts? That's all that matters in the long run. Amazing things have been found down there, but now most of them are just being ground up by the drills. You nod your head. I'll see what I can do. Who stabbed Mel Chang Wilkes? Jewel Dame stabbed her after prompting by Wayne Chan, plus 25 points. Why was Mel Chang Wilkes killed? She was part of a coalition of business owners who were going to stand up to the extortion demands, plus 10. What happened to the murder weapon? It was thrown in a tub of dissolvent, but only the handle dissolved as the blade was ceramic, plus 20 points. Incidentally, Jewel Dames had stolen the knife from the bank's diner a few weeks earlier. We knew that too. That should be bonus, plus 1. Who's responsible for the death of Morgan Tana? Wotan Dub. For what two reasons? He held Morgan responsible for the threats against his business-owning brother. The murder was meant as a message for the thugs in Norman security. Morgan was also refusing to let various science groups access the artifacts in the bank's mohole, so the murder was revenge for this continued refusal. There. I would add also about the deportation, but Wotan considers the threats of deportation made against him to be a minor issue. It was not a motive for murder. Okay. So it explicitly said, nope, he didn't do it for the deportation. Why was Morgantana in the greenhouse during the Martian time slip? Wotan sent Morgan an email through an alias. The email threatened to reveal some of Morgan's secrets. Plus 10. Additional. Plus 10 points if you visited Morgantana's apartment. This is reward to recovering the alien artifact. We got that. Plus 10 points if you visited Banks Diner. This is a reward for discovering that Jewel Dames had stolen the ceramic knife. We got that. Minus 5 points if you visited Norman Security. That happened to us. And minus 5 points if you visited Nick Hearn. He was the guy that wrote about the littering in the park, I believe, in the newspaper. I don't think we visited him. I can't remember. And that's it. So there you go. We solved it. We got everything right. We lost 5 points for visiting Norman Security. And let's see if we visited this guy. I don't think we did. Let me see. 28. If we had visited, we didn't. If we had visited him, he's pleased to have a visitor and launches into a tirade against litterbugs, young people, middle-aged people, loud music, fast music, and the neo-voodoos. The sun is too bright, her ankle hurts, they don't stock the brand of tea she likes. The cold water tap isn't cold, just someone complaining about everything. You back away from the door, smiling politely, and jab wildly at the button for the elevator. Okay, so we didn't lose these 5 points, but we did go to Norman Security. I'm not sure on what basis you were supposed to know not to go there. All right, so we solved it. I think maybe before we give our impressions, let's just quickly rifle through and see if there's anything interesting we didn't read. Okay, departure gates. If you're trying to go beyond, you need a pass. Okay, so if you just try to travel out of the area, that's the transit hub. In the lobby of Mining Liaison's office, you speak to a secretary. It's just flavor about the town. Botany Labs waves you through. We read that. That's just leading us to the greenhouse. All right, so area A is everything but flavor. This is an entertainment bar. This is a building nearby. He says his access door wasn't used. He's telling us to go check logs. Here's a church. This looks like just flavor. We could have gone here for information about the murders. He says terrible. No one attended our church. She gave when we had fundraisers. Nope. Just a church you would have randomly gone to. If you go to the hostel, it says, there's no way I'm having you bother the guests. There's nothing important here. Just flavor. Another church. It's all empty. The cinema is currently closed. You knock on doors in a nearby building. This is the laundry. We went there. That's nothing. Okay, so nothing in B but flavor. We went to this guy. That's Wilkes. He says he's not related. This is knocking on a building nearby. Nothing going on. This, I think we probably went to. This is the brother. We found him at the work. If we go to his home, nothing happens. This is where we found the note about the extortion in the murdered victim's house. And that's it for C. Oh, except for this big. If we go to the environmental processing building, we find Umberto Jupiter, we talked to at home, but this is where he works. The night he was killed, he doesn't have anything to add. But he does say, the environmental controls in one section of the greenhouses were adjusted and the safeties were overridden. No signs of digital infiltration. A hack must have occurred. Nobody else was in the building. My own investigations have led nowhere. This sounds like the one place that maybe we should have gone to learn more about the botany stuff. This was at the Environmental Processing Building. I'm not sure why we would know to go there, except it's where Umberto Jupiter works. Tray augmentation, I think we went there. That was about the night vision. That was nothing, just flavor. Okay, that's all of D. If we go to tell engineering, that's where the fire was. We did go there. Nothing else there. F, we did all of F. And G, which I don't think we went to any of G. So if you go to G3, which is where? Here. It's southeast exit. A business owner was attacked there. He's the guy who manages the habitat across the street. That's it. Okay, so that's it. So completely just flavor, nothing important. Okay, let's catch up with the chat. Anne Maria says, I think it was a good game for a game night if you have 2, max 3 hours to solve the case. John says, I really enjoyed the setting, left us wanting more, which is a good critique. Also, while simple, I guess it would be a good simple entry case if we imagine a 10-case set. Anna Maria says, I agree with Jonathan. Let's think. Let me try to do it the way Jonathan normally does these with pros and cons. I'll give my main pro first. And Anna Maria is leaving us now. Okay, Anna Maria, thank you for dropping by. All right, here's my here's what I'll say about my feelings for the game. I mean, my overall impression was that of feeling a little less than completely satisfied. It felt a little straightforward, like everything was pointing in the same directions from the first moment. So in terms of an entire mystery experience, it felt very straightforward, like no twists. And I felt like we just kept getting confirmatory evidence each step of the way. And I do feel like the main pieces fell into place quite quickly. So in terms of an overall engagement in trying to solve the mystery, it was a little disappointing for me. I wanted more twists, more head scratching, more mystery plot to uncover. And it felt like maybe the groundwork was there to make us have this ominous. Somehow when I think of space and science and plots, I wanted some really serious, big, twisty conspiracy type thing. Sort of like it reminded me of the movie we need to put on the movie recommendation thread that we didn't mention, which is the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie, Total Recall. That is what I sort of expected on Mars. Some sort of grand conspiracy. And I didn't get it. Brian says, almost felt like we thought there would be more red herrings and they fell flat. Yes, I think that's another piece of why the mystery felt too straightforward. There were very few things to lead us off our path. And the core mysteries seemed quite straightforward and simple. We kept hearing about this extortion, and then everything pointed to who did the murder for extortion. It was interesting that the two murders were sort of related, but on opposite sides of the scale. So, I mean, my basic criticism is involving the sort of holistic experience of trying to solve this mystery. However, I think Jonathan made a really good point here, which was I enjoyed the setting, a little simple, but a good simple entry case for a 10-case set. And I think I do want to get on board with that. Like, it was a believable setting. what you want in these kinds of things is to feel like there's a sort of living, breathing, real world going on, that there are characters going about their lives. And I think that was pulled off here. Like, it's hard to create this totally alien settlement area. You have to, as a writer, he had to invent everything here: the economy, the social structures, the politics. It's all has to be conjured out of whole cloth, and to create an environment that feels like a real place. And I think Robin has done that here. Like, it felt like a real place. It was, you felt like they were having these celebrations in the park and these different districts, and all of the science and the science going on all around them, and the tension between the scientists and the corporations, and this feeling that the corporations are running this whole place. I think from start to end, that was done very convincingly. So I think, like, this world was set up properly, and if you imagined it would, if it was the first introductory case, then it sort of works as a setting the foundation. Now we want to hear about. It might be a good lesson about. It's a little bit like, is it the Chekhov play statement that says, if you show a gun, if the audience sees a gun in the first act, someone has to get that gun down on the second act and fire the gun in the third act. Like, you cannot show a gun and then not use it and not have it be involved. I think that's a comment about Chekhov's play. Okay, Chekhov's gun. Okay, so let me give you the analogy for science fiction. If in a science fiction story, in the first act, you talk about the possible precursors to man of creatures that might have lived in the past and have artifacts and fossils, and then in the second act, you have to learn a little bit about them. You can't tease us with this weighty idea that there were these living sentient species whose history we might uncover on Mars. They even teased us with the idea that maybe there was a second species that visited Mars, and maybe we're not the first visitors to Mars. You can't tease us with that and then have a story that's basically the mob moving into Chinatown. That's not going to satisfy us. But if you think of this case as Act 1, just setting the stage of the world, then it becomes a little more, it makes a little more sense. And maybe that's a good excuse for us to take a look at what case 2 looks like a little bit. Let's do that. All right, so I've printed case 2. Here it is. It's called Deep Fears. It feels like it might be about the same size, but it uses some additional maps. So it reuses this map, the settlement, but it's got another map of the mole hole. Look at how creative this is. You can actually see how deep it goes. Not to scale. It's 12 kilometers in depth. So 12 kilometers would be a little over 6 miles, maybe 7 miles deep. And there's an auxiliary tunnel. It looks like it's talking about artifacts. And then a third map of Norman Security Headquarters. So, and then a different directory. It looks like it might be a reuse of the same directory. I'm not sure if it has some new stuff, possibly. So there you go. So we have to decide whether we want to play case 2. It was nice to finally play a game that wrapped up in 4 hours, 4.5 hours, basically. That's a short game for us here. So I think maybe we play case 2, don't you think, Jonathan? Absolutely on the easy side. And that was the only real disappointment here. I like being able to mark up this stuff. It almost makes you want to say, when you get a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective game, either decide you're going to write in the book, which is a completely reasonable decision, or maybe make Xerox copies. But I think I would advise in general for people not to do it like I do it and try to not write on everything. Unless it's a $200 old out of print stuff, maybe just write on the... If you're buying a Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective game for $40, just write all over it. Don't worry about it. The most it's worth to you at the end is $10 to resell it, to trade it. Just write on it. Jonathan says, yep, down for case 2. I agree. Another pro I'll give it is it managed to make some scenes more interesting with a science fiction twist. Instead of Mel was murdered in a dark alley, we have Mel was murdered in the tunnels of the abandoned city. Yes. And Brian says, I enjoyed that I could see the ending for one of our videos, is what Jonathan is, it's what Brian is saying. Yes. Jonathan, I sort of half agree with you about the science fiction stuff, but on the other hand, what we've got a murder by knife, nothing special about the knife, like that. The part about the knife being dumped in the dissolving stuff, I thought that was going to be a little scientific twist about the ceramic doesn't melt, like maybe they were burning off IDs, because in the future every weapon is coded so they can trace it back. That wasn't the case. In that murder wasn't really science fictionized. And then what was the other murder? Yes, it involves someone getting blown out of the air, died of that. That's a little science fictiony. But what was the method of it? It was a hacker. We've seen we see a hacker involved in half of these modern mystery suspect games, is someone hacking in and hiding some traces of themselves. So I actually would have liked more science fiction-y tie-in to the murder. I'm not sure how you could have done that. And this again gets to, I don't know if you want to call this it's actually a very interesting subject, the subject of what you might call scale in these mysteries. And this was a very small scale stuff, right? The security guards were basically just doing standard mafia extortion of business owners. Very pedestrian mafia stuff. I put in the movie review recommendation thread on our Board Game Geek Guild one of my very favorite movies of all time, Year of the Dragon with Mickey Rourke, and that starts out with some mafias fighting for contention of Chinatown. And then the other murder was, I guess, a little bit wanting to access the artifacts. That was a little hard to believe. But again, that murder of the security head was half related to the extortion. So that was a little weird. But it was a very small scale, what would you call? Maybe you'd say the consequences of the stuff was small. We're not talking about like ending the world or stopping a worldwide conspiracy or a company trying to get away with poisoning millions of people. It's just like a couple businesses being extorted. And I don't want to criticize that decision because I do think it's a mistake for games to always think that they have to be tackling, like the crimes have to be the biggest conspiracies. It has to be world-ending stuff. I think some of the Cthulhu games, like Arkham Horror, the card game, and there are a couple, that whole Arkham Horror world, you get these games where like the world's about to end in every case. And it's hard to care about individuals when what's weighs in the balance is the future of the entire planet or world. So it's not that it's not that I think you can't focus on small scale stuff. But the teasers about settlements, about life on Mars was too intriguing. And so that was a little disappointing. John says there were a couple bugs. There was G5 was missing, and we couldn't locate the leisure and education. I do think, like, credit to Robin, the author of this, Robin David. There were a bunch of places for flavor that we could visit, and that was nice. But there were a couple places we couldn't. But I think in general, when we could go to places, people's homes and their businesses, that was pretty good. I do think it needs to be said that we've just come off 45 hours of playing games written by a professional author who's got a real skill for bringing out humanity of people and flavoring this world of real people that were emotional and we could really connect to. And I think this just confirms that's a different caliber of writing. We didn't feel any emotional attachment to any of the characters in this game, right? We didn't really care about the business owners that were getting extorted. We didn't really care about the people who got killed. We didn't have a real flavor. We didn't have a real emotional connection to these people. Okay, Brian at Games Brigade says, side question, do you usually do these detective games? What other games do you enjoy playing right now? Well, Brian, when I started the channel, I started it with Greg, one of the people who lives locally to me, and we played for a year, and we don't primarily play these kinds of games, although we have enjoyed a lot playing Chronicles of Crime. But we played a lot of different games. We're both huge fans of Pandemic, Orleans Invasion, that kinds of stuff, some sort of Euro cooperative games. And you could see the videos we made about top 10 cooperative games, top 10 party games, stuff like that. So we always played cooperative games on this channel, but not focused on detective games. The shift to detective games was because it was either that or stop doing the channel. I'm not a solo gamer. And so the games that I really enjoy playing solo are these detective games. So that's what we've done. And now I found a bunch of people like Jonathan Warner to play them with me. Lord of the Rings content is Greg. Greg is the Lord of the Rings super fan. I'm actually getting together with Greg in a couple of days, but Greg decided he did not like being on the channel filming stuff. So Greg and I don't play games. We haven't played games for many months now. Whether we will in the future is unclear, but Greg didn't really enjoy the channel, so that's why everything has shifted to playing the games, the only category of games that I really enjoy playing solo-ish are these detective games. So we just went full force into them. I don't know if we're going to end up playing Chronicles of Crime. Well, Brian says, it's a shame I enjoyed your content. Well, look, as far as none of the content that's made on this channel is particularly good or watchable. But I did think, like, the content, when Greg and I played games, it was at least a little bit entertaining to watch the dynamic between two people. And so that content was more, I mean, we were doing it and having fun and playing, but it was more watchable, I'd say. The videos I make now of us playing these 14-hour detective games, I don't really consider them watchable. They're of content that there aren't other playthroughs online. So maybe for people who play the games, who like want someone to talk to about because you have no local group, then maybe you'll watch one of these videos. But I wouldn't consider these videos of me sitting here playing these detective games as actually watchable. They're more like the last resort if you've played one of these detective games and just are dying for more content for it. Well, I appreciate you saying that, Brian. This channel, the point of the pretense for all of this channel was just something that people might have in the background to help them fall asleep or keep them company while they work on something else. So I think it sounds like it's being used properly. If we decided at some point, Jonathan, that Greg and I aren't ever going to play Chronicles of Crime, then we may have to break it out and play some of it on the channel. We have played a couple of the fan scenarios for Chronicles of Crime, which are really good. There are some really good fan scenarios, and I am absolutely up for playing some more of those. Brian says, I'm curious if you can find a method to show your screen on your phone for Chronicles of Crime. Oh, yeah, we did. If you watch, there are 3 playthroughs of Chronicles of Crime fan scenarios, I believe, on the channel. And in all of them, I've got the tablet showing on a split screen. I think I do a better job of it now. Before I was using an ATEM Mini to do the live streaming, and it would act up occasionally. But yeah, we have the tablet up, so when I play Chronicles of Crime, you can see the whole thing. Brian says, I sold my base game of Chronicles of Crime because I got the new Millennium series. Did you play... I have the Millennium series. I haven't played any of the new stuff yet, but I hope you've played the noir expansion for the Chronicles of Crime, because that's one of the best. That is really an outstanding expansion for an outstanding game. Here's the trick for playing Chronicles of Crime and broadcasting it. Normally with Chronicles of Crime, you move your phone to the cards, and that might make stuff a little bit weird. I just keep the tablet mounted and bring the cards to the tablet. It makes it a lot easier. Jonathan, when should we play case 2 of this? Brian says, I didn't play the noir set. Well, you should play it. I mean, look, Chronicles of Crime, the base set is great. The DLC is great. And each of the expansions are very good in their own way. There's Welcome to Redview, which looks like it's going to be bad. It looks like it's going to be Scooby-Doo Kids Mystery, but it's not. It's a little bit, but it's actually, and it looks like it's got a mechanic that's going to be bad, but it's not. It's good. And then the Noir expansion is our favorite. So... I do think this gets back to whether the channel content is valuable. Like there are a couple channels that make entertaining reviews, right? Like the most well-known one is Shut Up and Sit Down. And then there's Paula something, who films on Watch It Played, and someone else. And they are aiming to make entertaining content. And I'm not a fan of that stuff. It just doesn't work for me, but I completely understand why it works for so many people. But that's all my way of saying that I feel like because we're not adding any of that, it's much more sensible for us to cover games that aren't covered anywhere else. So whenever we do a game like this, that has no exposure and was obviously a lot of work went into making this, and it deserves some love and attention. It's always a little more satisfying to play a game that hasn't got that much attention, which is one of the reasons that we're going to do that game right there, Razorhurst, which is a 200-page giant campaign of a mystery narrative detective game that we're going to get to soon. So Jonathan says, do we want to just go ahead and play Case 2 Wednesday, otherwise known as today? I'm up for it. If you want to do it, Jonathan, I am up for it. So if you give the green light, we'll play Case 2 tonight, tomorrow/tonight. And we'll stick with this, and yeah, I think it will be nice to if it gets more science fiction-y. All right, then Jonathan says will work. Jonathan is the boss of scheduling where appropriate. So in 19 hours, we'll be playing Case 2. It should be good to play it. It'll be good to play it when we're familiar with the layout, since most of the map stays the same. Anything else we need to talk about before we wrap this up? Any other science fiction movies to talk about? Brian, Brian, is this your normal? Are you a night person as well? We're all night people. My schedule has. I was a little bit tired tonight. It's a little. If I'm not careful, my schedule will drift around. So a couple weeks in full night schedule, then a week or two morning. It's a little tricky. Nothing really keeps it on complete track. What I've been doing recently while we're here, we'll talk for a couple more minutes, and anyone in the chat can talk about anything they've got going on. Recently, I've been doing more Arduino electronics work. And I've got a little project I'm working on now, scale. I'm looking to make a little sophisticated espresso scale, maybe with something with some vision that can recognize the cup you're placing on it, so that you don't have to do a tare operation, which resets to 0. So it's, if you want to measure stuff in the cup, I'll show it off if and when I ever get it finished. Brian at Games Brigade is saying, I work on the channel at night and I got the newest Marvel Champions box. Okay, so Greg is a big fan of Marvel Champions and Lord of the Rings. It's too bad he's not making more content. The Lord of the Rings videos that Greg did, which are basically all Greg had them all planned out, and that video has got 20,000 views. It's the only video on the entire channel after a year and a half that has anywhere near that number of views, and it's great, but it's a little bit of misleading. It's a little bit of false advertising, just because people have subscribed to the channel wanting more Lord of the Rings, and I can't give it to them. Brian says, I just showed off my newest coffee machine in the recent vlog. Loving it. What coffee machine do you have, Brian? It's a shame YouTube can't do better with the delay. Jonathan says, we just need that Lord of the Ring mystery game. It is it is strange that they haven't figured out a way to do that. Well, Journeys into Middle Earth, the app based game, which is a little bit of a fighting game, a little bit of mix of games. Does have some mystery going on, but not quite. Mocha Master. I have no idea what that is. Mocha Master. I know what a mocha pot is, but I don't know what a Mocha Master is. That might be something to research. This might be a good time to plug. It's actually a bad time to plug anything at the end of the videos. If anyone, I said this last stream, if anyone is interested in designing a hugely epic gumshoe-like mystery detective narrative game, I've started making my notes. It's going to be, if you've played Gumshoe, the campaign of 10 games, the longest game in this genre, that's what it's targeted. A longer campaign of like 10 to 12 games spanning a 30-year time span, all connected. I've started taking notes. I do not have the energy to do the whole thing myself. I'm too old for that. But if anyone's got the energy to work on that, let me know. And maybe that's a good place to end, especially since we're continuing tomorrow. Last question, Jonathan says, any update on the Batman game from Portal? So I have seen that they've posted, it's not out yet, I believe. They posted a little bit more, some more photos of it somewhere. I think that I'm not sure that it's something that we should try to play. I have my doubts. My general philosophy is don't play a game you don't think you're going to like. And after the experience with Dune House Secrets, I am very skeptical of the Batman game. So, and I know there are going to be people who are really excited and love it. So I'm tempted to let it go for a while. All right, Brian is signing off. Brian, I appreciate it. Thank you. And thanks for coming by. But Jonathan, if you think you would like to play that Batman game on the channel, I'll play it. I will play it. I have mixed feelings about the detective system. There is a reason to play it. The reason to play it would be to continue watching the evolution of their system. From a game design perspective, that's quite interesting to me. I think they took a step backwards with Dune House Secrets, but it will be interesting to see how they are trying to do Batman. So, Jonathan, you let me know if you think that's a game that you would enjoy playing, and we can check it out. I'm happy to play it to discuss the game design issues. All right, that's a good place for us to end. Let's sign off, but we'll be back in 19 hours to play Case 2. Thanks, Brian, Jonathan, Anna Maria, Robert, everyone else for coming by. And I'll see you tomorrow, tonight.